like during your apprenticeship, that's your opportunity to gain an understanding of everything at the port. So the more that you go out, the more you understand. And so yeah, definitely, although I am definitely office based, I will always get out on the port.
Sounds a fantastic opportunity. I know there's lots that go on in the ports near us, both commercial and private. So just seeing the large containers coming in and the stevedores handling those, it's a phenomenal sight on how big they are. So you said you're at college. Did you have any support from your careers teachers at college with regard to your apprenticeship? How did you find out? Did they support you with that?
So they did focus a bit on apprenticeships, more so in secondary school. I remember we had, I think it was an engineering company come in, and they were speaking about the apprenticeship schemes that they offered. And then sixth form, we had another careers advisor come in and discuss apprenticeship schemes. And it was at that point, because there was mention about you can do like level 4 apprenticeship schemes, you can even do higher. I know plenty of people here that are on level 6 schemes, so equivalent to your undergrad degree, I believe. Currently the one I'm on is equivalent to a foundation year of uni. So they were very supportive because they were proud of the fact that I hadn't actually technically at the time completed a level 3 qualification because I'd only done my S levels, but I managed to get this apprenticeship. So my sixth form, they were proud of me for that, because it wasn't like I was leaving just to continue at the same level. I've now completed a access course, so I've done my level 3 qualification also, just to bridge the gap in between. But yeah.
And have you done those qualifications while you've been doing your apprenticeships, working and studying at the same time as your access course?
Yeah, so at ABP, the opportunities and training is so they will really go out of their way to provide you with opportunities. Obviously, when I came here, I was out of school. My CV, it wasn't very built up at all. But when I leave ABP, my CV will be jam-packed with all of the training courses I've done, safety courses, because although you work in an office, you're still on the port site, so safety is a really big push at ABP, and everyone who works here will complete numerous safety courses, but it's really good. It gives you really good insights to lots of different industries and stuff.
Excellent. So do you think you'll go on to study level 6? Will ABP support you to do that there?
Yeah, so currently I'm at the point, we've always said once we approach 2021, we'll discuss what I want to do, what routes I'm interested in and stuff. And my manager just recently started speaking to me about that. And honestly, at this point, I'm just not sure what I would like to do or what department I would like to go into. So we've definitely discussed that I'll be able to do a level 6 apprenticeship after this. And I don't have to stick on the procurement route. I can pick any of the apprenticeship schemes for that. So like, business management or marketing, I'm interested in stuff like that as well. So currently I'm not sure what I would like to do, but it's good to know that the options are available to me and there's people who are supporting me with that.
It certainly sounds as though your manager's very supportive. Well, the whole company, not just your manager, are very supportive of you getting your qualifications and giving you those opportunities, which is fantastic. Absolutely great. So you're not sure what you're going to do, but do you think you'll stay with the company? Is there opportunity, do you think, at a later date to stay within the organisation?
Yeah, there is. So I did consider originally leaving and going to university, but I can get the same here. So it's like, because I always did want to go to uni, even when choosing my apprenticeship scheme, university was my plan, but I can complete a university degree whilst working here. And I mean, that's definitely a very beneficial route. Financially, I'll also be continuing to build my career at the same time. There's lots of people here actually who have done this and they've completed degrees whilst at ABP. You do them part-time, obviously, because you are working a full-time job. But yeah, there's a lady in my team who she did a business management degree at Hull Uni. She's worked here for about 10 years now, and the company supported her with that. So
excellent. And you're getting paid as well, so that's the bonus, I guess, because you're studying and you're earning as well.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really good.
So if you were talking to somebody that was not sure, somebody at college, think about your younger self, what would you say to them? What would be your top tips on your experience of your apprenticeship and your pathway? What would be your top tips to a young person thinking about the next steps?
Definitely take every opportunity that you're given. I didn't see myself working at a port. It wasn't an industry that I'd actually considered. But as you're growing up and going through education, you'll realise that there are so many more industries out there that you're just not made aware of in, your secondary education. And when you're given these opportunities, just definitely take them. And as you go along, you'll discover so much more. You might not know what you want to do straight away, but doing things like this can definitely help you narrow down, but not only narrow down what you would want to do, but potentially discover new things that interest you. So yeah, definitely really good opportunities.
Fantastic. I was reading about ABP, and I don't know if you'll know much about this at all, but obviously the environment is a very topical issue at the moment, and green energy. Is ABP doing anything about this? Can they do anything about it within their workforce at all?
So with stuff like that, we've definitely got lots of people. We have our compliance team constantly focusing on the environment and emissions, the effect that the ports have, and constantly trying to make sure that's within, healthy and, well, as healthy as it can be, with the operations that are going on. In my team, we have a sustainable development manager, and he focuses on lots of different things. So when we have big projects and stuff, obviously there are lots of environmental concerns within those projects, and sustainable development managers will basically monitor the environmental progress and go through and make sure that we've covered every environmental legislation that we can do. I believe that we currently are trying to obtain some ISO regulations or standards relating to the environment. Honestly, I'm not sure which, but yeah, we definitely do a lot on that.
That's really positive to hear, because obviously that's a big concern for people now. And the more I talk to people, particularly young people, they're very conscientious about the kind of organisation they may be interested in working for. And environmental factors are high on that agenda, so it's really positive to hear that as well. So that's great. For some people, I don't know if they'll understand what kinds of cargo you would be transporting, or what that entails. Could you give people an idea of what the cargo you transport? Because I know some people, some organisations transport, let's say, fruit, others cars, but does it change? How does it work within your organisation?
So the Humber Ports, we do a huge range. I think we do everything. So we have cars, automotive. Within my team, we have different commercial managers that cover the different sectors. So we have cars, we have liquid bulk. So that is your liquid, diesels, petrol, everything like that. And they're kept in tanks on site. Dry bulks is things like grain, fertilizer products, all things like that. We have what's it called? Steel. We have a steel sector. Forest products, all of paper, lots of paper stored at Hull. timber, and that also falls under the forest products remit. Obviously then we have our containers, our container industry, ro-ro and lo-lo, that's roll on, roll off, lift on, lift off cargo. So that can cover containers also. Then we have things like project cargo. So things such as Siemens, I'm not sure if everyone's heard of Siemens, but they make big blades basically. Companies like that will basically import and sometimes export large industrial sized pieces and just things needed for manufacturing. And that comes under a category called project cargo. And that's really where my role is. I will give pricing to people for project cargo pieces and make arrangements for project cargo to come in and out of the ports.
That sounds fascinating. So in effect, you're actually keeping the country going. So whether that's farming, pharmaceuticals, in our homes, our construction, so everything is kind of transported through the ports that we could possibly think of.
Yeah, so in the containers remit is probably everything that people would think of, like your name household items, medicines, you get refrigerated containers as well. I know food comes in on those as well. At Grimsby, there's fish, probably like the Humber's fish supply is through Grimsby. So yeah, definitely a lot going on.
It does. It sounds massive and so interesting as well. And to be involved in that must be really exciting. And it's such a big organisation, like you say, from liquid bulk to dry bulk to steel and timber and fish. Everything that you were saying, you just kind of think, wow, that all comes through the port. And then I suppose the next steps are the logistics from getting it from the port to wherever else it needs to be in the country. So a really interesting job. It is fascinating. I'm very envious of you. We see things coming out of our ports in Portsmouth and Southampton. And it just makes your mind boggle of how much comes in, whether that's cars, like I say, bananas, cargo, etc. Absolutely fascinating. I'm just going to check the chat box, Kia, just to see if we have any questions for you. Okay, nothing as yet. Is there anything else you think we haven't discussed that you think young people may find of interest at this moment in time? Where do you see yourself, let's say, in 5 years' time? Have you got any idea of where you're going to be or what you're going to do?
5 years' time, I think that with the opportunities that are provided here, in 5 years I'll definitely be able to really progress. I probably won't be in an apprenticeship role anymore, but I'm not sure specifically what role I would be in. That's a really good question. It got me thinking. Honestly, I'm not sure where I do see myself in 5 years' time, but the positive thing is that I see myself being able to have a really stable position, especially if I'm still at AVP. The stability and benefits that are offered here are great. So if I'm still here in 5 years' time, then fantastic.
Hopefully we'll come back to you in 5 years' time and find out where you are. We'll keep in touch. You're obviously a young female. Is there many females in your office and within the company?
Yeah, so we do a lot on things like females in maritime and females in the industry. So yeah, it's definitely the number of females working at AVP is growing. In the offices, sometimes people think, females do office jobs, but the office jobs at AVP aren't necessarily typical office jobs. A lot of them do involve going out on site and working with operational customers and stuff. And there are definitely a large amount of women, just as I'm thinking through my head, everyone that I know here, yeah, I wouldn't say it's not overrun by males, basically. I know that within the operational engineering sector, they're always looking to grow, the amount of females within that industry. Obviously, we're in 2020 now, things like that are definitely improving, and more and more females are realising that it's a normal thing, it's a good thing to work in these types of industries. I think I know a couple of girls that have done the apprenticeship schemes and like the operational roles, and they really enjoy it, they love it, and there are lots of women that do stick to it.
Oh, that's really positive. I'm really, really glad to hear that. And can I ask just one more question from me? Throughout your apprenticeship, you mentioned you had a manager. Do you have a mentor or anyone else that you kind of work with throughout that?
Okay, yeah, so basically when I first started, I had my line manager and I had a mentor, and she left in December, and the role that I do now is basically what she used to do. She was the commercial coordinator, and she was my mentor. She taught me everything that I need to do my role now. And now I'm at the point where I spend a lot of time shadowing the commercial managers and business development managers within my team, and they are all like my mentors basically. And I do, when they do important things, they'll get me involved so that I can understand the process of how we reach our end goal and what they do to achieve that. And they'll set me little tasks and little projects to involve me, just because always being involved definitely helps understanding. So yeah, I'd say I've got a lot of mentors.
That's great. Fabulous. Thank you so much. Simon, welcome.
Hello. Sorry, we've had a few technical issues getting in, unfortunately, it seems.
No problem at all. I've just been picking Kia's brains about her apprenticeship. She's given us a ream of information, which has been absolutely fantastic.
Brilliant.
Talking about her experience and the organisation, and her route and her pathways, and talking about all the different opportunities. We've also talked about environmental factors and how the organisation has responded and what they're doing. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add to that at all.
No. I mean, Kia's. I was able to kind of listen in while I was trying to gain access, and I think she's done a really good job of explaining the different paths. I mean, there are so many different paths and so many different things that you can do at ABP. You have some people that come in as apprentices, as Kia have. You have some people that have come in as graduates. And there's a really good graduate route that they can come in via, or people that just come in as entry level and start in a role and progress from there. I mean, with our profile graduate scheme and our apprenticeship scheme, we're trying to improve it year on year and finding different ways to get different people within the business. We've grown our graduate scheme year on year. Last year with our port operative scheme, that was the first time we've run that, and that's a direct way of people being able to be a port operative and get a qualification at the same time. And for me, I see them and I think, that must be a brilliant role, because they learn how to drive all the big cranes and all the big pieces of machinery, and moving the big 40-foot containers around and that. And then from there, they can progress as much as they want to. I mean, internal mobility within ABP is massive. It can be at the same port or moving from port to port. We have quite often managers that'll progress their career by moving from one port to the next port, and obviously we support them in every way we can to do that.
That's fantastic. Yes, I did ask Kia whether she'd be moving around, and we were talking about the cargo and the stevedores and all the terminology, the ro-ro, the lo-lo. So it's kind of hearing absolutely what's going on, and the opportunity fantastic. And obviously we picked up that she's a young female, and that's obviously great, particularly for the sector and the industry. So really,
and diversity is something that we're really trying to work on. We actually introduced female PPE, because we recognise that PPE is very generic and it's made more generally in the industry for the male. So we've introduced female fitting PPE, so they can wear their 5-point PPE all day without feeling that it's an ill fit or it restricts them from doing their day-to-day job.
Fantastic. Do you know what? That was one question I didn't ask, how you've been impacted by the pandemic. And I don't know if we're going to run out of time, but if you could just give us an update.
Well, it's been we've got such a diverse set of customers and cargoes. It's really been quite different. I mean, down in Southampton, at our peak, we've had like 7 cruise ships in and out a day. And where the cruise industry has stopped due to the pandemic, that's obviously stopped. Manufacturing has slowed right down. So the cars that we see coming in from Southampton's slowed down. But in other areas, such as East Anglia, where we do a lot of agricultural work and work with that sector, it's actually increased in terms of like the feed and the different types of fertilizers that import and export has actually increased because it's needed in this time where the supply chains have not been so good to get food to the end customer. So in some ways it's slowed down, but in other ways it's gone even faster. Again, in South Wales, they're known for the steel that we move down there and that we work with Tata Steel closely with, and that's ramped right up throughout this period. So yeah, we've not been affected too badly, to be honest, and it's been interesting to see how we've managed to cope and carry on delivering and keep Britain trading.
Indeed, that was one of my comments. It sounds, with all the cargo and everything that you do, you are kind of keeping the country afloat, whether that be food supply, steel, farming, etc. Everything that you've been transporting. I think we're just about to run out of time, so I would like to say a big thank you to you both for your time. It's been fascinating talking to you both. Kia, I wish you all the best with your future career pathway, and who knows, maybe we will catch up with you in 5 years' time and find out this. I look forward to it. And thank you, Simon. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been very
Thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello, my name's Dr. Christian Dunn from the College of Environmental Sciences and Engineering at Bangor University in North Wales. I've been asked by Maritime UK to talk to you about how a university education fits in with getting a career in the maritime industry. And as we know, there are many different careers in the maritime industry. And one way into some of them, and actually the only way into others, is with a university degree. Now, this can be an undergraduate degree or it can be a postgraduate degree. But the skills and knowledge and experience that you get at university is essential to get that job. Now, the range of degrees that you can do to get one of those careers is vast, and there are many universities which will offer them, not just Bangor University. At Bangor University, the degrees that students can do that wish to get into maritime industry range from electronic engineering to zoology. In fact, we have our own world-famous dedicated school, the School of Ocean Sciences, specially geared up for people that want to work in that sector. It covers everything: oceanography, marine biology, and all the topics that are related to those subjects. It's a fantastic place set right on the banks of the Menai Strait, so right on the beautiful island of Anglesey in North Wales. It has its own research, a seagoing research vessel, research active lecturers, high-tech labs, aquariums, everything that you would expect from a cutting-edge research and teaching facility from one of our universities. But I'm not here to talk about Bangor University, actually. Really, what I'm here to do is just to help give you ideas what you could do with a degree involved in oceans, involved in maritime, involved in oceanography, marine biology, whatever it is that you're interested in, what you could do with that degree, what careers you could get. And so to do that, what I'm going to do is actually pass over to some of Bangor University's previous students. So we've got 2 students to start with who have done little pieces to video showing what they did after they graduated from Bangor University. And then we have a little interview with one of our previous students, well, one of our graduates, who has an ambition to be the maritime equivalent of Indiana Jones.
Hi everyone, my name's Star. I'm from Weymouth in Dorset, and I've known since I was about 10 years old that I wanted to become a marine biologist. The first time that I went scuba diving was about that time, and I just fell in love with the underwater world. I was already really interested in animals and especially sharks, and so this kind of cemented for me that this was the career path that I wanted to go down. So when I was younger, I just did lots of reading, watched lots of documentaries, just tried to learn as much as I could about marine biology. And I was really lucky that I grew up living by the beach, so I spent lots of summers out snorkeling and looking in rock pools and learning lots that way as well. And so when I was 18, I went to university. I studied marine vertebrate zoology at Bangor University, and this was a really, really amazing experience. I learnt so much, and I graduated in July last year. And after graduating, I was lucky enough to spend some time out in the Bahamas at the Bimini Biological Field Station. And that's a really remote research facility. It's also known as the Shark Lab. They specialise in shark research out there. And they've been a real leader in the field of shark research for 30 years now. Whilst I was there, I learnt so many different practical skills. I was involved in measuring and tagging 3-metre tiger sharks. I got to get up close and personal with some great hammerheads, which are critically endangered, which was a really, really incredible experience for me. And I spent lots of time with lots of little baby lemon sharks in the mangroves too, which really was just amazing. So whilst I was there, I did quite a lot of work with the Sharks for Kids team in their education and outreach. So this kind of cemented for me that that was the path that I wanted to go down. I love talking about the marine life and conservation and things like that. So I decided that that's kind of my end goal now, is to work in education and outreach. So when I came back from Bimini, I was lucky enough to go and work at the Lyme Regis Marine Aquarium, which is where I'm working now when it's open, because obviously at the moment it isn't. But yeah, my main role there is an educator. So I talk to the public, I give talks, I answer questions, I teach them all about the animals that are on display. All the animals there are native to the south coast of the UK. So they're all local species, which is really amazing because I can really teach people about how amazing and diverse the marine life around the UK is, which is a big surprise to a lot of people. We get guests from all over this country, all over different countries as well. So it's really amazing for me to teach people from all around the world about how incredible and diverse the marine life is here. And basically that you don't have to go to a tropical coral reef to see really amazing stuff. You can actually find it right here on our doorstep, which is kind of the best thing about the job for me. But yeah, I feel really fortunate to be in this position now, and it really feels like all my hard work has paid off whilst I was at university and things like that. But definitely, if you want to grow up and be a marine biologist, just don't give up on your dreams. There's lots of different routes that different people can take if university isn't necessarily for you. You don't have to go down a scientific route. There's plenty of ways you can help protect the marine environment without going down that route. If you're interested in photography, underwater photography is a great way to get art out there and really get people excited about the marine environment. You could become a dive instructor, things like that, and just get people out into the water. There's lots of different routes that different people can take, so just don't give up and work really hard, and I'm sure eventually you'll end up doing exactly what you want to be doing. Thank you for listening.
Hi there, my name's Gareth and I'm a salmon farmer out on the west coast of Scotland. I've always been interested in the oceans and wanted to learn more about the seas around us, so I went to college for my A-levels and studied biology, chemistry, geography and physics, and that led me on the right path to go to Bangor University to study marine biology, and then I stayed there for my masters too. During my time at uni, in the summer holidays, etc., I worked on a small organic farm in the village where I grew up in Cambridgeshire, and I fell in love with the job. Just being able to work with my hands and be outdoors in fantastic countryside was really satisfying to me, and I had a great sense of achievement looking back at the end of the day at X amount of crops harvested, or however much land I prepared ready for the next crop intake. And that's when I realised that what I wanted was a career in farming, outdoors somewhere. So I took my passion for the seas and what I'd learned about fish and mixed that with what I loved about farming and fish farming, aquaculture. It was a natural fit. So I packed my bags and moved to Scotland, and yeah, that was 6 years ago now. And now I'm the manager of this farm here in Argyll for Maui, who are the largest Atlantic salmon producers in the world. I'm not sure what to say really. I love what I do. Just being outdoors, I'll admit, I suppose I wouldn't be making this video in the rain and hail. But yeah, for the most part, it's fantastic. I love being outside. For the same reasons I enjoyed farming back home. It was just nice to work with my hands and have something like definitive to look at the end of the day. I've got a really good team that I get to work alongside, and the job offers me that perfect balance between outdoor practical work, really like tangible jobs with using my skills and my knowledge that I picked up at uni and school to write the reports and do the budgets and everything that's required of me as a manager to make sure that the paperwork side of everything is still working. So I get that real balance between physical work and like mental work, I suppose. So yeah, working out at sea is fantastic. That's my vehicle. I get to the farm in every day, and this is my office that I have to work in. So yeah, I really can't complain. I think working out at sea is a fantastic opportunity, and yeah, I love fish farming and everything that I'm doing at the moment. Thanks. We'll see you.
Anna, would you like to introduce yourself to us, please?
Yeah, my name's Anna Gluder. I am a 5th year PhD student at Oregon State University in Corvallis, Oregon. And I graduated from Bangor with both my bachelor and my master's 6 years ago, and have been working in paleoceanography broadly, researching the Arctic systems around around glaciers and fjords and how they evolved between an ice age and now. And I've been looking at seashells to retract essentially how sea level has been changing in these systems.
And the research that you're doing now, are you using that to help predict what might happen in our climate and with our sea levels in the future?
Indirectly, yeah. So what we're doing is, if we want to predict the future, we have to know the rules of the systems that we're predicting. Like, we have to understand, how does an ice sheet respond to warming? Like, does it just respond to air temperatures? Does it respond to ocean temperatures? How important are these outlet glaciers that drain the ice sheet from the inside? And if we don't understand the rules of how these systems work and interact and respond to different forcings, it's hard to kind of parameterize them and put them in a model that then calculates how they're going to react in the future. So what my group is doing, we're trying to understand the importance of these outlet glaciers that are kind of like floating out into the fjords in northern Greenland. And we're trying to understand how important they are to melting that ice sheet after the last ice age. And the way we're doing that is we need to understand how big was that ice sheet at the start of when it started melting. Like, we understand, like, where did the system start? And the way I'm trying to do that is, it's hard to observe how much ice was there in a certain place in the past. So you can see how large an ice sheet was. Like, you can see moraines and you can see other features that are left behind that give you the area, but it's hard to understand how high the ice sheet was, like how much volume of ice was there. And the way that I'm trying to do that is I'm using the idea that an ice sheet is really heavy. So if you put an ice sheet onto a landmass, it presses down on that landmass and it presses that landmass into the Earth mantle. So if you have a big ice sheet, the land will go down with it, and it will look like sea level in that area is a little bit higher. And then if you take that weight off, if you melt that ice sheet, the land kind of bounces back and it looks like sea level is dropping. And I'm trying to reconstruct that I went to northern Greenland and walked along the beaches and collected shells. So at the last ice age, because sea level was higher, because there was so much weight pressing down the land into the water essentially, shells are now found at 100 meters above sea level. Because
Right.
then when the ice was
Okay.
melting, the land springs back and lifts out these shells out of the water and exposes them to the land. So I can now collect shells at like these high points and these intermediate points all the way down to the modern waterline. And then I date them using radiocarbon, which gives me the age of the shell. And then I can say, okay, at the age of that shell, the point where I find the shell now must have been underwater. So I can kind of reconstruct that bouncing back off the land after the ice started to melt. And then we're combining that with geophysical models of our understanding of how the Earth as a whole functions, like how the different layers, their geophysical properties. And we can kind of back out, okay, how much ice must there have been at the start and how fast must it have gone away in order to make those shells back bounce at that certain rate. So I'm combining a lot of different fields. Like I'm starting with seashells, and I have to understand of how deep do they have to live, how deep did they live in the water, and where do they live, and what is their environmental conditions. And then I go back through like glacial physics all the way back to Earth mantle dynamics. So paleoclimate is really cool because you can do everything. Like I wanted to not really focus on one specific field. And I find in paleo, I get to do it all. I get to do like geophysics and isotope geochemistry and glacial geology. It's kind of like really, we dabble a little bit in everything and try to put it back into a consistent picture of the past. So
sounds fascinating. Now, if you're talking about going back, so if we take you back, I guess 10 or 12 years when you were finishing school or when you were at school, what were your favourite subjects when you were at school? Was it always sciences?
I really loved geography, like a lot.
Right.
And I liked sciences, but when I finished high school, I actually was convinced I would go into like politics and international development, and I wanted to become an ambassador. Essentially, I was like, I want to like travel the world and live somewhere else every 3 years and be involved into big picture politics. And that was kind of what my high school was geared up to be like. That was the electives I took and the afternoon activities I was really excited about. And then I did a gap year right after high school and realized really fast that that was not what I wanted to be doing. I was teaching English in China. And as I was in China, I realized I do not want to talk about ideas that cannot be proven with numbers. I do not want to argue about ideologies. I don't want to think about fuzzy ideas that are so unprovable. And then from China, I applied to Bangor University. Kind of like not really thinking about it. I just was, I want to do something that is important, something that is really based on numbers. And then I ended up studying geological oceanography in Bangor.
And did you love the course from the very beginning, or?
I actually did. Yeah, I kind of tweaked it a little bit at the start. I started doing ocean sciences, which was just a bit of a broader course, focusing a little bit also on marine biology at the start. And then I took a class in earth processes and products, which is like the introductory geology course, and realized that that was just kind of really, that was what I really liked, and kind of geared all my classes more towards the geological, geophysical side. But yeah, from the very start, I remember telling my friends, this is the coolest thing on the planet. If everyone studied ocean sciences, the world would be better because everybody would just be excited all the time. Yeah.
But then you stayed on and you did a master's with them as well.
Yeah, that there was this program at the time called the Access to Masters bursary scheme, which was funding master's courses in conjunction with industry partners. So I didn't really, I knew I wanted to do physical oceanography because I felt like I wanted to look at the system in more depth and more like the dynamics side. And they offered me a master's scholarship, but said I have to do a project in whatever they tell me to, essentially. So I did my master's project in I was measuring turbulence behind little like models of tidal power turbines in a tank, and that was cool, but it wasn't really what I was excited about, and I knew that really fast. So that's why my master's, I kind of took a bit of a detour, but I loved it. Yeah, I loved like diving into all the subjects that I did in my first and second year in my undergrad, just a little bit deeper and learning more about the math and the physics and being more involved with the department. Yeah, it was a great time.
Oh. And your dream job, just to sum up. So in 10 years' time, where might we find Anna, or have you no idea of where you'll be in 10 years' time?
So the dream, you mean? Like the dream would be to work as the dream is to work as a professor at a college or university. Like that would be being involved in research in the Arctic. That would be the dream. And if I could combine that with teaching undergrads, that would be, yeah, that would be the absolute dream job.
So you're interested in inspiring young people. So if you were standing in front of a hall full of 300 young people who love geography, love sciences, don't want to do an office job, don't want to be doing a 9-to-5 stuck behind a computer, what would you say to them was the very best thing about the life that you've had so far with your study and your work?
I think I was like exactly on that point. I always said I do not want to work in an office where I have my own coffee cup. I always wanted to be like one of those big explorers. And I think oceanography is really that one field where exploring is still such a big part of what we do. Like paleoceanography is literally like you go out on a ship and you look at a system that no one has ever looked at before, and it's your job to figure out what happened essentially. And if you're excited about multiple different individual science subjects and you would like to combine them into one field that also gets you out of like the real world and onto a research ship that eventually like anchors in a Greenland fjord for 8 weeks, then paleoceanography is for you. Yeah, it's like I love paleoceanography. It's kind of like being Indiana Jones for kind of like the environmental past.
Yeah, fantastic.
Cool. So there we go. I hope you enjoyed that. That's just 3 of our former students who have gone on to do some really interesting things following their degree. And as I said right from the start, there are many, many careers in the maritime sector. And there are many ways into many of those jobs. But one way into some of them, and the only way into others, is with a university degree. Bangor University clearly has the School of Ocean Sciences and is world leading in providing students with that education that they need if they wish to work in that sector, or many other sectors too, obviously. But there are other universities available, so make sure that you do your research on the university which you want to go to. I'd really recommend going to an open day of whichever university or your university choices, which one you're thinking of. Go and have a look. Go on one of their open days. It will really be able to give you a sense of what it's going to be like to study there and also to live there, which is really important. You're going to be spending 3 years not just studying, but also living there, which is why Bangor University is so popular with students who are interested in ocean sciences and the maritime sector, because we're right on the coast. You know, we're sandwiched between the sea and the mountain. So if you're interested in that kind of world, it's the perfect location. If you want to know any more information about any of Bangor University's degrees, please go and have a look on our website, bangor.ac.uk. But again, have a look at the other universities as well. See what they're offering. Have a look what their lecturers are doing. Are they doing interesting research? Have a look. Do your research before you choose your university. And then my other kind of advice would be, during your time at university, to try to get some experience in the career that you think you want afterwards. So do some work experience, try and get a part-time job if you can, but also use your lecturers to help you get experience too. Many of them will be doing research in a field which may interest you, or have contacts to help you get knock on the right doors to help you get started in the career. So use your time at university really wisely. Don't just think of it as an academic exercise. Try to get as much experience and as many skills as you possibly can. So there we go. I hope that's given you some idea about how important a university degree can be, undergraduate or postgraduate. Postgraduates are master's degrees, which you can come back to at any point in your career. You don't have to be, you don't have to be in your early 20s. You can do them at whatever age to really kind of top up your skills. Perfect if you want a career change, or perfect if you just have decided what you want to do a little later. So there we go. Hope that's helped. Any information that I can help with, please get in touch with me. My name is Christian Dunn from Bangor University. Drop me an email or visit our website for all the degrees which we offer at Bangor University. Thank you. Hello, my name's Dr. Christian Dunn from the College of Environmental Science.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Good.
We
Ready
started.
to... Sorry. Okay, good morning everybody. Welcome to the first of the Maritime UK Solent's Virtual Careers Fairs. We have had some slight technical issues this morning, but do bear with us. Please do remember to post your questions in the chat box, which we will respond to after the presentation. But without further ado, I would like to introduce Kerry Foster and Simon Jinks from the workboat industry. Gentlemen, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kerry Forster, and I'm the Chief Executive of the Workboat Association. And co-presenting today with me, I have one of our members, Simon Jinks from CREGS Training. You want to say hello, Simon?
Yeah, hello everyone. So I'm Simon Jinks from CREGS Training down from Plymouth, where we do training in Plymouth and in London and all over the UK for people in the workboat industry.
Okay, so when I first looked at trying to start a career in the maritime industry, I had in my mind pictures of ships, as you would see in Southampton, coming into port, loading or unloading, and then leaving again, probably to start a journey far offshore. To me, I wasn't ready for travel. I wasn't looking at spending many days at sea on board a vessel without seeing land. But I knew that I was really enthusiastic to work in the maritime industry. So I thought that today what would be good is to show you all a couple of pictures and some video and have a talk with you all about what can be on offer within the small commercial vessel sector that many of you might see working around ports and harbours or in the coastal areas of the UK and also working around the world. So this is a presentation on behalf of the Workboat Association. What are workboats? So workboats are generically commercial vessels under 500 gross tons, and they're usually engaged in offshore and inshore contracting, although from time to time this can change. What we mean by offshore and inshore contracting is that they're vessels which are asked to come to a location and perform a set of work, mainly of specific type. So it could be subsea activity, it could be construction support, it could be towing, it could be survey work. And I'll show you some examples of some of these types of works in the following slides. So here's the first of our slides. This is a fast response vessel. It's a very typical of a standard small workboat. They're very durable, very hard. You'll find that these are normally crewed with a couple of people, maybe 2 or 3 people. They work in areas where they might need to do some movements of personnel or some small parts of equipment or survey work, or generally helping in a day-to-day business around a construction project. This is another type of fast-moving vessel. This is what we call a crew transfer vessel, and you'll often see these being used in the offshore wind industry, for example, or some other construction industries, and they'll be moving technicians and workers around construction sites to get them from shore out to where their construction area is. This is one of the older vessels that you'll probably see in the association. And this is actually an ex-military vessel, which is reused. And here you will see that in Scotland, delivering plant and machinery out to highlands and islands and remote areas. So it's a valuable transport link. This time a much bigger type of landing craft. This one's been specifically built. At the moment, you'll see here that it's laying mooring equipment, actually in the sea farm business in Scotland. But they've got large decks, they're a bit heavier. Typically on this type of vessel now, we'll start to see maybe 4 people working on board of 5, and we'll start including engineers as well. And you'll see on this, the large cranes on board means that there's quite a variety of jobs and utilization of this vessel, and also the jobs for the personnel on board. This is a small harbour workboat or tug. You'll see it's normally 2 people on board. There's only space for 1 person inside and 1 person sitting down. These will get used for all kinds of duties around a small harbour or port, from helping to push round vessels, move round pontoons, install anchor spreads or chains, or maybe it will even help in oil response or emergency response as well. This is a much larger harbour tug. So this is the kind of vessel that you'll probably see in Southampton, moving the ships up and down the river, and helps them come from at sea up in the confined areas of navigation, and then bring them alongside in port, especially when the weather is not very nice and they need some additional assistance. This kind of vessel, again, you'll probably see around 4 people working on board, including an engineer, 2 deck ratings, and a master. Work takes us to a variety of places. So the first photo you would have seen in the beginning, it was based in Rotterdam. And this picture here is based in London. So you'll see here a vessel being used to push a barge along the River Thames. And the types of vessels that we're seeing now, we know have changed in design a lot, but this one changes in design quite a large amount from what we've already seen, and it's got an extending wheelhouse. So this is another type of pushing tug, pushing barges again around the River London, but a very different design. And of course, that brings some different challenges as well. The vessels can be small, they don't have to be big. So a lot of commercial work is done in these small, lightweight vessels. This vessel here is working in the aquaculture industry, so fish farming up in Scotland again. It's used to take around members of the team to the different fishing areas, and also to move small parts and equipment. They are also used as rescue vessels as well in this area. This is a larger vessel in the fish farming industry. See here the cages floating in the water. This vessel comes alongside and does the lifting of the nets inside the cages where the fish are being held. And they also use these for delivering food and veterinary products as necessary as well. This vessel will also have a team of around 5 to 6 people, because it will need more people on deck to help with movements of equipment. And this is probably one of the largest vessels as well under the code. This vessel has up to 10 berths on board, so it's places for 10 people. Mainly, again, deck will have 2 people for navigation, so a master and a chief mate, and you'll also have an engineer permanently on there as well. Tugs are used around the world in different shapes and sizes, as here supporting a floating dredging pipeline, and here supporting a fixed pipeline. And this is a vessel type that you might be familiar with if, in the Solent area. There's a few companies running these, and this is a very powerful workhorse of the workboat industry, with large cranes on board and a large deck, which is very strong. If you're interested in real heavy movement of equipment and physical engineering, then this type of vessel, which we often call a multi-cat, might be for you. So who works on board the boats? Well, we mentioned a few of the roles and how many people work on board the boats, but we'll take a look. So we've got your navigation team. Here you'll see a master with the chief mate working at a time of reduced visibility. So both of them are on watch. This might look a bit like a spaceship to you, but this isn't how all vessels look on the inside. For example, here we have a vessel, as we saw earlier, with only space for 1 person there, and quite simple controls, although it's still a very responsible and rewarding job. Crew on board the vessels range. We see here the people working on, we call on the navigation team, or the master here, or the chief mate on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side here, we've got a member of the deck team, possibly an engineer, working on the forced ventilation system for the engine rooms. What else do the crew do? Well, the crew might be there to help and assist people on and off the vessel. So this is a pilot boat, and you see the crewman standing at the front of the vessel there. They'll be coming along the side of a ship, much like this, and that person will help the pilot get on board the vessel once that ship has departed for sea, and it will bring the pilot back into shore again, so he is ready to go on board the next vessel and take that vessel out to the sea as well. The crew might be involved in physical rope work, like here in this mooring launch. The crewman here is storing the ropes as the ropes are being dropped from the ship, which has been towed away from the dock and is proceeding to sea. It might be also emergency response, as we see on the left. This is a training demonstration of how to evacuate an injured person from an offshore wind turbine. And you can see the crew here assisting that person onto the vessel to be taken, theoretically, to shoreside for more emergency work. It could be hospital, it could be on-site first aid, for example. On the right-hand side, we see a picture here of crew transfer works. It's cargo on board the front of the vessel you see there next to the crane. This is a working a construction vessel, a construction ship on the right-hand side. And you'll see there the seafarers departing the ship onto the crew transfer vessel, ready to be taken ashore. Maybe they're flying home. And the other role we have on board is the engineers. So we see here engine rooms on board the workboats. Although the boats are small, they're still plenty big enough to walk all the way around, quite a large engine. And there's some quite sophisticated pieces of equipment on board the vessels as well. But this also ranges to what we see on the left-hand side with a smaller, more manageable engine. And then what we're going to show you now on one of the larger workboats is a short video made by an engineer about what a day in his life looks like on a tug vessel. So you see here the engineer starting the engines up. The engine takes a while to warm up because it's a large industrial engine. You'll see in a second the numbers on the screen move as the engine builds up momentum. There's lots of monitoring to be done in an engine room. So when we think about being a navigator of the vessel, the master is sitting in the bridge with lots of equipment to look at and dials and screens telling them all the information they need to know about their surroundings and the vessel's navigation. The engineer has a similar amount of work and responsibility in the hull of the vessel where the mechanics are. And this might be from monitoring the speed of the propulsion or the output from the engine, the temperatures and the pressures as well. So this tug vessel is leaving the port of Immingham in the Humber. You'll see here going out the dock. And it will be shortly assisting a vessel to come into the harbour. It might be doing this routine 3 or 4 times a day. As we said earlier, you can expect crews of 3 or 4 people on board the vessel. And that normally includes one apprentice in most cases, or a lower educated member of crew who is working towards getting their certificate of competency. You see here the tug helping the ship into the harbour. And just because the engineer has got a responsibility for the mechanics of the vessel doesn't mean that they also don't help out on the deck as well, or again in the navigation and the wheelhouse. Here you'll see that the tow rope is being removed from the ship as the ship is ready to take to sea under its own propulsion. And you'll see that the engineer here helps out the deck team by going forwards and removing that rope from the water so that the tug can return to port ready for its next job. Let's skip forward now to the end of the day. The tug returns home, and there's much to do at the end of the day as well. Unfortunately, with a vessel like this, we can't return to shore and turn the keys off and go home. there's many things we need to do to ensure the vessel's ready for its next day's work. So for the deck crew, that will mean cleaning the deck, maintaining the equipment on the deck ready for use the next day. And for the navigation team, it will mean writing the reports, completing all the checks of the navigation equipment, and ensuring that the vessel is fit for sailing with all its daily reports undertaken. The engineer will return to the engine room. He will turn the engines off. He will record the level of data that's been taken from the engines and the running equipment, including the pressures and the temperatures, and he will check for any signs of any faults that might have occurred during the day as well. Once that's all over, the crew will finish their day's work. They'll test the systems to make sure that they're working again, and they'll turn everything off, ready to start the day again tomorrow. So, is it a career? Well, I'm going to give you a case study, and embarrassingly, this case study is me. So here's a picture of me the year that I left school. It's an embarrassing picture, but I was keen. I was a very keen yachtsman. I really enjoyed sailing. It was my favorite hobby. As I said earlier, I knew I wanted to work at sea, but I didn't want to work at sea for long periods of time. Now, the first boat that I got my work on was this. It's a harbour workboat, and it's used for a multiple of activities, including pilot vessel work, security around the harbour, incident response in the harbour, moving yachts and pontoons around. And this is where I first learned what it was like to work commercially on board a vessel. Now, this is my first day as I got my first job away from home on a workboat. I was really happy. It was my first full-time job. Previous to this, I'd been earning around £9,000 a year as an under 21 worker. And when I got this first job, I was earning £100 a day. So this made a really big difference to me, and I was extremely excited. It was a number of years ago, and so you'll be happy to know that wages, in fact, have actually risen since then. So when I looked at that time about what I wanted for a career, definitely the financial support was something that was really important to me. Well, not very long later, a matter of around 2 years later, I got my master's certificate, and this was the first vessel that I was captaining. So if we think about becoming a captain in large ships, well, that wasn't for me, but I was able to be captain of this. At the time, I was 22. So I was quite happy to be in my own responsibility. I had 2 people working on board with me, and I felt very proud of myself. And this picture here is me, happy face, going to work every morning. I was working in my hometown where I'd grown up. I was able to work very hard, which I enjoyed the challenge of. I also got many days at home because I was working shift patterns, 2 weeks on and 1 week off. So I spent a whole week at home every month. I was with my friends. I had money in my pocket. I had a nice car. I was saving to buy a house. So for me, when I looked at a career at that age, I was achieving quite well. Then after around 5 years, I moved to work on the shore. And now you might think that working on shore, when you've been working on board vessels, might be quite boring. And there are some parts that are. But for me, things got exciting very quickly. The company I worked for bought a new vessel, which was being built, and I got to oversee the build of this vessel, and I also ran the commissioning of it. This is the vessel, and this is the second one we built, which got slightly bigger. And in fact, on this, which was the commissioning day, I was actually the captain of the vessel. And this picture is of me driving the vessel. And the vessels got bigger. I started working on larger versions of workboats, over 500 tons, and now getting into the shipping industry. And I did get to work on board ships as well, again in management. So I wasn't working as a part of the crew on board. I was there to give advice to the crew on implementing safety and structure to these vessels. And for me now, well, I no longer work in the management of vessels. I'm now the chief executive of the Workboat Association. That's the trade association that looks after the interest of vessel operators. I've been in the industry for around 16 years. I'm very happy with my career choice. It's taken me all over the world. It's given me fantastic pride in being recognized internationally and also in well-known media. I get to work with some fantastic people. And for me, if I look back now about whether it was a career, today I can still honestly say that yes, working in the workboat sector has been a career for me. But where can you start your career? And this is where I'm going to hand over to Simon, who can hopefully give you some advice and talk about some of the training that can be done to get you starting in the workboat industry correctly yourself. Simon.
Great, thanks, Kerry. Ways into the industry. Well, probably the most structured way and simplest way to get into the industry is through an apprenticeship. And there's apprenticeships for if you want to skipper a boat, if you want to crew a boat, or if you want to be an engineer on a boat. And the apprenticeships last about 1 to 2 years. And how would you normally go about that? Well, you can either contact a training provider or get to be put in contact with a company, or get a job with a company and then get put straight into an apprenticeship. When you're on the apprenticeship, let's say that you're doing an apprenticeship to skipper a boat or to crew on a boat, then what you would learn is navigation. So you'd learn you'd know your way all around navigational charts and tides. Vessel driving, so you do courses on how to drive all different types of boats. We'd start off with fast power boats and then look at larger boats with 2 or more engines. We'd look at engineering, so how to maintain and overhaul any of the engineering on board. Emergencies, so how you would handle emergencies. And what to do if somebody fell in the water, or what you would do if there was a fire on board, how you would react, or if you're a skipper, how you would react and keep your crew safe. So that's the sort of thing that you would do, and that's how it would work. The apprenticeship would last for 1 to 2 years, depending on which apprenticeship you were doing. And then that would end up with a formal qualification. And that formal qualification would then be recognised throughout the industry so that you could work on all different types of boats. Now, I note that we're a couple of minutes from the end of our discussion, so I was going to stop here and see if there was any questions.
There's none so far in the chat, Simon, so we have until 11:50. So if you're happy to continue, that would be great. Thank you.
That's absolutely fine. So within the apprenticeship, when you're doing an apprenticeship, you actually go away usually for about 1 or 2 weeks. So you're working for the company, and then you'll come down and you would do 1 or 2 week blocks with a training provider. And during that time, you would stay away from home in local accommodation, and then what we would do over that time is we would train you on all of the different subjects. When you're going through those subjects, you're given a record book, and that record book, actually, you're in charge of that record book, and what you're doing is it's like a big diary, and you're using that diary to check that you are learning all of the correct bits of information that you need to fulfill your apprenticeship. And we and your employer and the skippers of the boat all check that, and we sign it off to make sure that it's all okay and it's all in line with what the apprenticeship needs to happen. So those are the sorts of things and how you would then demonstrate that you've got to about the right level for your apprenticeship. What then happens is you get a final exam. So during the apprenticeship, we ensure that you're learning all of the right material. And then right at the end, you have somebody come on board your vessel and they do a thing called an endpoint assessment. And that's when you have to put into practice all of the things that you've learned in front of a person, an examiner on board the boat. So it's a very practical based exam, and that's why it really tends to suit people with a bit of a practical outlook on life.
Yeah.
Kerry, is there anything you wanted to finish off on?
Yeah. So thank you very much, Simon, for talking a bit there about getting into the training. The question maybe some of you will have is, but how do I get a job in the industry and work towards having that training and starting my career? Well, first of all, I'd just like to say that training doesn't stop when you first start your career. So here's a couple of pictures of what the Workboat Association has been up to with its members. The training continues. In fact, in the bottom right-hand corner, this is the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency, the UK maritime regulators, coming to us for training in workboats. So it does continue and progress throughout your career. And here is one of our safety forums where we all get together 4 times a year to discuss what we've learned throughout the year to help support each other as an industry. So for you, you're ready to start your career, you're ready to go to sea in the workboat industry. If you were to go onto our website, you'll find here a list of all the members. There's over 130 listed members on here. If you have a look, it will tell you the location of those companies. There might be some names of companies you might know of. And it will also take you to a link to their website so you can see some of the vessels which they own and operate and some of the job vacancies they may have, or at least the contact details for their recruitment departments. And I would definitely suggest that if you're interested, to get in contact with some of these companies to find out more. This is my contact details. So if you do want any information further on how you could get into the industry or how an industry or apprenticeship could be supported for you, please let me know. We've got lots of members of lots of ranges of skills and interests. So I'm sure if you have any particular interest yourself, we can find someone matched who can help you. Thanks to people like Simon, we've got some fantastic training on offer for you. And I hope that we can welcome you into our industry and see you in the years to come. And that's it for us.
Thank you.
Thank you both, gentlemen. I found that really interesting, some great images, and just really to hear about both your experience and the opportunities worldwide, not just where we are here in the Solent, but across the nation, Rotterdam, elsewhere across the world. One last question, and I don't know if this is really for Simon or either you, Kerry. If a young person was thinking about an apprenticeship, what age could they do that? Is that a school leaver age, say 16, or college leaver at 18? And are there any subjects that they should be thinking at in particular, or is it interest? What is it a young person, a top tip really, more than anything? What should they know?
So from my point of view, the age to start an apprenticeship can be any age, so anything from 16 and above. And qualifications that it's useful to have when you leave school would be English and Maths level 2 and possibly ICT. But if somebody hasn't got that, if they've got an interest, then the apprenticeship can also help with providing English and Maths up to the correct level as well. So those are the key points really, is make sure that you work on some of those functional skills like English and Maths along the way.
Thank you, Simon. And just to reiterate, information is available here on the slides. And also, if you want to look at the Solent LEP website where you've booked on for the Maritime Careers Fair, you can find all the information there as well. Thank you, gentlemen, once again for your time. It's been fascinating. I've really enjoyed your session. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Gareth Colwell. I'm a marketing officer at Portsmouth International Port, and we put together this short video today to talk about careers in the port industry and the wide range of opportunities that are available to people. So to kick off, it's just a little bit of background about the UK's port industry. So it's a very diverse sector, embracing lots of different activities that are critical to many parts of the UK economy. We're part of vital transport networks which support domestic and international trade. So many things that you use around your home you will have come in through a port in the UK. So these can include things like fishing, passenger operations, leisure, so yachting, those sort of things, car ferries, which we have at the port, support for the offshore industry, such as oil rigs, gas rigs, international cables, coastal defences, environmental sciences as well. So over 90% of the UK's international trade by volume comes through ports. So what about Portsmouth International Port itself? So we're the UK's most successful municipal port, which basically means we're owned by the local authority, which is Portsmouth City Council. So a lot of the profit that we make goes direct to council services, so £8 million in a typical year, which has a great benefit for other council services which have been under strain over the past decade. We're currently investing around £30 million into an ambitious plan to revolutionise our cruise operations, to boost cruise trade, improve facilities for ferry passengers as well, and also help increase the amount of cargo that comes through the port. We've been recognised as a quality organisation of the year, so that basically means we leaders in a wide range of international standards, and that's been now recognised on an international level. Sustainability is also a massive thing for us as well, with lots of investments due to be made in the port over the coming years, including hopefully wind turbines, and also an increased number of solar panels on the site. We've already got some, along with a very sustainable terminal which uses seawater to wash the toilets and uses wind catchers on the roof for air conditioning. Also looking at getting a revolutionary energy storage system, so we can store all that energy that's made by solar and wind and use it later in the day, including hopefully wind. We've got long-term agreements with customers such as Brittany Ferries, so that's got 14 years to run on it, and looking to establish long-term agreements across the port to make sure we've got a sustainable business going forward. The port's also home to Portico, which operates the two conventional quays at the port, so moving a wide range of cargo from bananas and soft fruits right through to wind blades, aggregates and grain. So here's some economic statistics that we had compiled last year. So we support over 5,500 jobs across the UK with activities at the port. Have over £700 million worth of non-EU trade that comes through our terminal as well. Make a £390 million contribution to the national economy. So, and also we also look after around 80% of the trade between the EU and the Channel Islands, and the second largest port by volume on the south coast. We've quite famously been known for importing around 50% of the bananas in the UK that come through Portsmouth, and also facilitate 1.8 million passengers going to France and Spain every year. We also, as the Port Authority, look after the wider areas in the harbour. So that's another 2.7 million passengers that use the Gosport ferry, another 4.4 million that go to and from the Isle of Wight every year. So to flesh that out, that's 9 million passengers a year that pass through the Port Authority area. Then on top of that, you've got 300,000 freight lorries, 250,000 of those coming from France and Spain, so from those big agricultural regions of those countries that produce a lot of salad goods, you know, and soft fruits that we all like to buy in our supermarkets. And then there's another 50,000 movements to the Isle of Wight. Then if you look at all the passenger vehicles as well that travel upon the ferries at the port, that's over 1 million vehicle movements in total. We've got the largest fruit import facility in the UK, and we've also just recently purchased a new crane, so our two newest cranes over at Portico, when they're used together, can lift up to 250 tonnes. So can deal with some of the biggest loads out there. So a lot of what we would call project cargo, so things used for big infrastructure projects. I mean, recently we took in a large satellite test chamber and loaded it onto lorries to be taken to the UK's new satellite test facility. We're the second largest cross-channel port. We've got the most European ferry destinations, and we're also identified as a major port by the Department for Transport. So here's a nice aerial photo of the port. You can see all the different areas. So sort of in the background you can see the naval dockyard, which Portsmouth is very famous for, home to the two aircraft carriers and obviously a lot of historic ships as well. So right in the distance you can see Warrior there and HMS Victory in the Mary Rose Museum. But in the foreground, so you'll see an area with a pink line around it. That is the Portico site, so those two conventional quays. You can see two ships up against those in the picture. So that's where all those things like your fruit and your project cargo and your grain and your aggregates all come in over there. As you move down the picture, you'll see an area surrounded by a yellow line. So you're moving into Portsmouth International Port, which is also known as the Cruise and Ferry Port. So this is where all our ferry and cruise operations take place. So you can see there the terminal building. So if you're going to France or Spain or the Channel Islands, you'll either drive through the check-in gates, then go and wait to go through security, or you'll come into the terminal building and come and check in, and then get some refreshments and sit down and have a relax before you get onto your ferry. And then you've also got your freight gates down there where your lorries come in, then they'll come in and wait. Then you'll see an area with an orange border, which is the unaccompanied freight. So some companies will come in and drop the trailers from their lorries, and then they'll be taken onto the ferries by tug and then picked up by another driver at their destination, which is an area which we'll probably see an increase in the coming years as trade changes with the impact of Brexit. And then you've got an area there towards the right, surrounded by a green line, which is mainly used for dealing with Channel Islands freight. So as mentioned, around 80% of the goods that are consumed on the Channel Islands come through Portsmouth. So it's a really, really vital route for Jersey and Guernsey that trade keeps flowing through the port. So as you can see, it's not a humongous port, but we do a lot with the area that we've got. We make that area work hard. So here's some information from the British Ports Association, who are the trade association speaking on behalf of UK ports. So they've calculated that there's around 115,000 people directly employed by the UK ports industry. So then think about all the other industries that UK ports support as well. So add all that up, that's a really substantial amount of people with lots of opportunities available. So there's just a brief overview there is also of all the sort of careers that ports need. So running through deck hands, corporate affairs managers, office surveyors, parking officer, there is the list is pretty much endless. So what we're going to do now is go through some of those areas in more detail. So here's the bit you've been waiting for. So here are some of the careers that are available in the port industry. So we're going to have a little run through these. It's interspersed with a bit of video as well, with some examples of those roles at work. So starting in the top left hand corner, you've got harbour masters and marine pilots and other marine personnel. So they are concerned with making sure that everything on the marine side, so on the water, is done safely and effectively and have a wide range of responsibilities. So here you can see a ship being pulled out to port with a tug, and aboard that ship will be a marine pilot who helps the captain of that ship navigate within the port or harbour, because they won't have experience of those areas. So you need someone with that expertise of the local area on the ship to help them navigate safely. So next up, you've got port operations. So this is a really big area of what happens within a port. You've got people, you've got key operatives, forklift drivers, right up to head of operations, and this wide team of people make sure that not only ships are moored safely, that then the freight that's upon them is then moved efficiently. They have to operate such things as heavy machinery, forklift trucks, mobile cranes, and a range of other reach stackers if they're dealing with containers. So here you can see some of those operatives at work. So this is moving some fruit off a ship coming into Portico. So you can see you've got your crane driver there moving those pallets across, and then you've got your 2 forklift drivers there coming straight in to pick those up and bring them into the refrigerated warehouses. So a wide range of roles there, and real opportunity to come in at a low level and actually work your way up within the port as well. So a very popular role within the port. So a team that works really closely with port operations is the passenger operations team. So in a port like ours, where we deal with lots of passengers that come through, a passenger operations team, so we've got a passenger operations manager who oversees all that side of the operation. So this involves making sure that everyone passes through safely, the security protocols are looked after, and that the customer experience is also up to the required standards. So this means looking after the terminal building, make sure it looks nice, it's got the right range of facilities in there for all the passengers. So there's lots of opportunities within that sector there for a customer service type of role. And then you've got engineers. So engineers at the port are the people who keep us going. So all the plant, vehicles, service boats, and general infrastructure, lighting, everything across the port. We have in-house engineers that help look after and make sure that those things are carry on working. So here's an example here, just coming up. So you've got a wind blade coming in there to be discharged onto the quayside at Portico. So engineers will be on hand to make sure that those the cranes are working, are maintained properly, and if there was a breakdown for any reason, they'll be on site to make sure that they could get those cranes up and running as quickly as possible, because you've got to be very, very acutely aware of tides and the fact that ships have other places to go as well. So there's not, people can't hang around for a long time waiting for their loads to be looked after while you do a repair. So you need to work quickly. So there's mechanical engineers, civil engineers, electrical engineers. So we've had civil engineers working on our recent berth extension over on the cruise and ferry port, which we'll talk about more in a minute. And then, so also within the port, you've got lots of jobs that you also see in other industries. So for example, we've got administration staff, we've got our own finance team. Health and safety is incredibly important in a marine environment. And then there's communications and marketing people like myself, who make sure that updates go onto social media and people know about the port and produce all the marketing materials, all the brochures, get photography arranged. And then you've also got business development teams, which are incredibly important. So we've got a business development manager at the port who works very closely with the business development team at Portico. So they're always out there looking for new opportunities, travelling to different countries to try and talk to people from different businesses to show them that Portsmouth is a really good option for them to be able to bring their business. There's also personnel related roles, so human resources, looking after people, and also IT as well. The smart ports are becoming a really, really big thing with small portable computers within machinery, helping get people to work in the most effective way possible. So the IT element of the port is one that's really, really growing. So lots and lots of different roles, and also it's just worthwhile mentioning that Portico have a customs agency. So it's something that we is going to really, really grow in the coming years, because they've been dealing with for many years, because we have shipments from all around the world coming in that we need to make sure we've got the right paperwork. But vacancies in the industry are going to increase rapidly. All goods coming from the European Union will require customs clearance from the 1st of January 2021. So there's going to need to be well-trained people that can deal with these people and help businesses get this stuff done. So that's a real area of growth that will be coming in the next few years. So I thought it'd be good to give you a real-world example of some of how all these roles work together to undertake a successful operation at the port. So recently we had the Majesty of the Seas come in. So it's a large cruise vessel. So it was the largest one that we've ever handled. The first one to use our new extended cruise berth. So it came in to repatriate some crew and to restock on stores. So who was involved to bring it to the port? So before she even arrived, you got to think about, well, how did Royal Caribbean know about us? Well, that is the work of the marketing teams and the business development team. So it's the marketing team getting the name out there, then it's the business development team, working their contacts, trying to make sure that people know about the port, as mentioned earlier. So and making sure they have the confidence they can bring their ship in to Portsmouth and we'll take care of it safely. And then we've also, because mentioning the new extended cruise berth, so making sure that that was ready on time. So the civil engineers at the ports, the port project manager and our head of engineering, working with contractors to make sure that the ship could come in safely and the berth was ready. So now you can see in this video, you can see the ship coming into the harbour. Past the two aircraft carriers, so now doing a turn. So this is our marine pilot. So aboard that was one of our marine pilots, Nick, along with the harbour master Ben, who navigated that turn in, coordinating themselves with the tugs. And then you bring it alongside. So then you've got your key assistant working with the berthing master to make sure it's moored up safely, and then attaching all the gangplanks and making sure that it's safely moored against the quayside. And then you move on, and then once this ship wasn't carrying passengers at the time, but there were crew that needed to leave, and crew went on some shore leave, and also some were going off the port. So then that's our passenger operations manager, who's then coordinating with staff on the ship to make sure the security protocols are all followed. Then there's also sort of health protocols because of coronavirus as well, to make sure there's no issues there. There's also another role for the marketing team within this to make sure that we got all the correct footage, arrange for the drone operator to come in to take the photography and the video content, record all that. Then our finance team need to make sure that the cruise operator are invoiced. Health and safety staff need to make sure that things are all done properly, and personnel teams make sure that staff are kept safe as well. So as you can see, for what seems like just a ship coming into the port, there are so many different people involved that to make it happen. And as someone who's personally only worked in the maritime sector now for a year and 3 months, but my main experience of the maritime sector was living quite near the sea. But it's a really, really interesting sector to work within, and I would really recommend it. So, even if you're not looking at one of those sort of very, very specific roles, maybe like becoming a marine pilot or port operations, or but to become an engineer and work within the port, or work in marketing and work at a port, there's always different stuff happening, and there's a lot of there's never a dull day, and it's a real growth industry, and within this industry, with the British Ports Association, there's a camaraderie amongst ports as well. So I would definitely recommend it. Maritime UK have got lots of resources when it comes to it, and also British Ports Association are worth checking out to look into the careers sector more within the port industry. So yes, I hope that was useful. It's sort of a brief overview. If you've got any questions, then by all means send them to port.communications@portsmouth-port.co.uk, and I will drop you a line back.
Hello, my name's Nikki Butt and I'm the course leader for the Maritime Business and Management undergraduate and postgraduate degrees at Solent University here in Southampton. I've been asked to speak to you today about some of the choices you may have when you finish sixth form college and you're considering your career and what you may like to study potentially at university to help you achieve your career aims and ambitions. So why should you consider studying for a maritime degree? The maritime industry and associated jobs are one of the world's best kept secrets. When we think about maritime, most people will consider people working on board ships. This is the common perception. However, 90% of all goods are actually transported by ships at some time in their life. In the UK, an island nation, the maritime industry has a value of about £19 billion and approximately 181 associated jobs. So it is kind of surprising that it is such a well-kept secret. Further, the year that we've had so far with the COVID pandemic has really highlighted the reliance of the UK on shipping, maritime trade and the wider supply chain. Cast your minds back to the start of lockdown. Where were all the toilet rolls? How did they arrive in the UK? They arrived by ships. We know we live on a blue planet. Approximately 70% of the Earth's surface is actually covered by water. So it does beg you to ask, why are we called planet Earth? Something else that we know is that most of the world's sources of major commodities are located far from where they're actually required. Consider Australia with its vast amounts of coal and iron ore. They have a small population. They're not going to use it all. But there are many, many other countries around the world that are developing and emerging that need these products. Therefore, shipping plays a key role as far as supply and demand go. So we move all these goods by ship. A very famous Norwegian ship owner is quoted as saying that God must have been a ship owner because he placed all of the raw materials far from where they were needed and then covered 2/3 of the earth with water. This is a really accurate description of what happens today. Shipping is a very ancient industry based on supply and demand, as I mentioned. If we go back through time, we can see that first records of trade go back to 3500 before the Common Era. Trade patterns originally developed in line with exploration, colonization and exploitation. And over time, exploration has continued the process where goods are exchanged according to the actual resources that are available. So shipping has opened up the world to trade. It's a truly globalized industry and is one of the key players as far as globalization goes. Now, when you actually look at ships, most people, they'll recognize a container ship. That's the one full of boxes. But how many of them will recognize the ship in the top left, Vale, Brazil? This is carrying iron ore. Its main routes are from Tubarão in Brazil to China. And that's all these ships do. They go backwards and forwards, doing about 4 voyages a year full of iron ore. Bottom left, the Stena Vision. This is a very large crude oil carrier. Now this crude oil carrier will be carrying about 310,000 tons of crude oil. If we refine that crude oil, we can probably fill about 56 million cars with petrol. So that's quite a substantial amount. So shipping is more than the container ships, it's more than the cruise ships. Another way of looking at how important shipping and maritime business is when we consider the size of the world's merchant fleet today. We're talking about 61,000 vessels moving around the world, transporting goods from A to B. And we can split them into various different types of vessels. So oil tankers, these will carry refined oils and crude oils. We're talking just about 30% of the world fleet. Bulk carriers for iron ore, for coal, for grain, for timber products, nearly 43% of the world's fleet. Container ships, which are the ones that most people know, we're talking 13%, and if you look at passenger ships, we're talking less than 1%. Although today, if you look out the windows in Southampton, Bournemouth and Weymouth, you'd feel that there are a lot more of these vessels around. Unfortunately, the cruise industry at this time of the pandemic have suffered tremendously, and it's likely that we're not going to see any of these ships moving until at least spring of 2021. Further, we can consider the number of shipments or the volume of shipments that have been moved around the world. So these were volumes of goods loaded onto vessels. So for oil and gas, now we're talking really, really big numbers here. We're talking about 3,190 million tonnes of cargo. It's, I think, equivalent to 3.19 billion. However, the mathematicians out there are going to have to help me out. For the major and minor bulk commodities, we're talking about 3,200 million tonnes, so slightly more than oil and gas. For containers, we're talking about 152 million 20-foot equivalent units. So the boxes that you see on the ships, they are measured in 20-foot equivalent units, and you'll see the slightly smaller ones, which are 20 foot long, and then the larger ones, which are double the size, they're 40 foot long. So total loaded estimates for 2019 are in the region of 11,005 million tonnes. As I said, these are phenomenally big numbers that are very hard to get your head around. So when you're studying for a shipping or a maritime business degree, it's not just about business management, it's about many, many more things. It's about being able to assimilate lots of different pieces of information in order to make judgments and decisions. So you'll need to know a little bit about geopolitics, you'll need to understand the difference between developing economies and emerging economies and their particular requirements. There's a very great need to understand trade tensions and changes in trading patterns. Likewise, it's really important that you consider environmental issues. While shipping can be considered to be one of the most sustainable forms of transport going, and that's based on economy of scale and the sheer volume of goods that they transport around the world, there are, of course, issues associated with air pollution, climate change, oil spills, accidents, so on and so forth. So one thing that you would do if you were studying a maritime degree is actually go beyond all of the business practices, which you will do management, you will do finance, and actually look at many other areas as well. So what degrees could you study for? At Solent we have two main degree pathways. One is maritime business and the other is shipping and port management. In the first year, irrespective of which pathway you'd be following, you'd do the same subjects. You'd study the same subjects. The reason you do this is because there are obviously core skills that you would need no matter what area of the industry you're going to go into. In the second year of the course, you'd do some specialist units, and then on the third year you have the chance to continue along your main pathway or specialise even further. So you might want to do maritime business and add some law, or for the shipping and port management you might want to move into international logistics management. To demonstrate the diversity of what you'd be studying, examples of various modules could be global trade, shipping economics, maritime organisations, data analytics, ship management and operations, carriage of goods by sea law, chartering practice, sustainability, digital business and e-commerce, ports and terminal management, and supply chain management. Obviously, which modules you study will very much depend on which course you would decide to go. But what you can see is that both the degrees here, it lets you go beyond basic business studies. You get a much wider education. You get to experience a bit more. Now, obviously, the other question that you will be asking is, so I'm going to do one of these degrees, but what would I do after I've done the degree? Careers you could go into would be shipbroking and chartering. So this is essentially buying and selling spaces on ships and finding ships that will carry your cargoes. You might want to go into marine finance or maritime law. Another really important role is ship management and operations. So these are the people that are going to organise for ships to come into port. They'll be responsible for getting crews on and off ships. So you can imagine how much hard work they've been having to do during this pandemic. They also are there to make sure that the ship has fuel, obviously that it has food and water. Another area is in port operations, because obviously the ships have to come into port, they have to load and discharge their cargo. That cargo then needs to be dealt with, which is where the port operations and terminal management come together. Then we need to get all of the goods out of the port to wherever they're needed. So these could be roles in logistics, freight forwarding, and supply chain management. So there is, there are many areas that you can go into if you study in this field. So you've put in all the hard work after 3 years and you've got your maritime degree or your shipping and port management degree. We know the types of jobs you could go into, but what companies could you go and work for? Where could you go and work for them? At Solent, we have a very high number of international students doing our maritime and shipping degrees. They come to us, they get their degrees, and quite a few of them don't actually go back to their home countries. Some obviously do. So we have students who come to us, some of them may stay in the UK, others will go to Switzerland maybe, or Singapore to work for a chartering company. They might go and work for an oil major in Burma or Brazil or the Netherlands. They could go to work for a high and heavy or a specialist type of company that have very specialized ships in France. So really the world is your oyster. It's up to each individual to decide, do I want to stay in the UK? And there are many companies based in the UK. London, in actual fact, is still the major maritime city in the world. It's the home to the International Maritime Organization, which is the United Nations body that is responsible for shipping. And it is also home to many of the large finance houses, insurance houses, and the chartering companies. So it's really up to you. The world is your oyster if you decide to go into shipping or maritime. So I wish you all the very best of luck for the forthcoming year. I know that you've had a very disrupted year as far as your education goes, but it's never too soon to think about the future. If you have any questions, please do use the chat function and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, my name's Lorna Wagner, and I'm going to spend about 20 minutes talking to you about what the maritime sector is and what might be there for you in terms of jobs and careers opportunities. My job title is Programme Manager for Careers and Outreach for Maritime UK and Maritime UK Solent. So let's start with, what's Maritime UK Week? Short answer, it's this week. It's a week where the industry is celebrating and sharing the exciting news about what's going on in the sector for industry and what's available there for young people like you to help careers advisors and teachers and tutors understand about the job opportunities that are out there, and to help the public raise their awareness about the sector and understand it better. Maritime Sector 2050 strategy is probably not something you've heard of. It's a document that was written by the Department for Transport a little over 4 years ago now. There's big news in that document though. They're forecasting that the sector will double in size over the next 30 years. That means thousands of new jobs. It also means that it's doubling in size during what will be the majority of your working life. So it's really important that you know about it and you understand what that can mean for you and for your future. So if you're in the maritime sector, do you have to have a job at sea? No. You will talk about the sea, you'll talk about water. The place that you work might be near the sea. You might have a career at sea on the water. You'll certainly be thinking about it. But you could have a career in maritime and never go to sea. So if you struggle with seasickness, don't write off the sector altogether. You could still have a really exciting and rewarding career. So let's have a look at the different industries that make up the sector. The Royal Navy, you must know about. That's obviously defence, but they're on the sea. Boat building and shipbuilding, huge industry, and actually there's a great shortage of shipbuilders. That's everything from really small pleasure craft that could be for one person up to the biggest of the cargo ships. And this is a jaw-dropping fact. The biggest cargo ship in the world can now carry 24,000 containers. Containers being those metal boxes that you see on the back of lorries. 24,000. Anyway, moving on, naval architecture and boat design. So what's naval architecture? It's the design of boats and ships, and really exciting career to get into if you are creative, if you are artistic, if you are interested in being involved in the creation of a product from start to finish. Sea fishing and aquaculture. You know what sea fishing is. And the actual fishing isn't part of maritime, but looking after the boats that do the fishing is, and where they're stored overnight and so on. And aquaculture, I suppose, in its shortest definition, is the health of the sea. Marine science. I've spent a lot of time at careers fairs over the years, and I wish I had £1 for every time someone told me that they want to be a marine biologist. But do you know what that means? Do you know what those jobs are? Do you know how to get them? Do you know what qualifications you need? Or even where you go to get those qualifications? Super yachts is something that we see on Instagram mostly, or in the media. But there's a huge amount of work that goes into getting them into those beautiful places in the world. And there's fantastic careers available for people that want to crew on super yachts, or who want to help design them and build them or sell them. Ports, harbours, and I'd probably pop in marinas as well. You tell me, what's the difference between a port, a harbour and a marina? It's an interesting one. But anyone that works in any of them is working in the maritime sector. The cruise industry. Obviously, we know that the cruise industry is really struggling at the moment in the midst of the pandemic. It will be back. But there are fantastic opportunities for jobs where you will travel the world if you're at sea, or where you're on shore, providing all the backup business services to make that possible. The leisure boat industry, the leisure marine industry, is everything from those one-person small leisure craft up to super yachts, everything in between. Massive industry. The Merchant Navy. So what's different between the Merchant Navy and the Royal Navy? Well, the Merchant Navy are all the working boats, cargo ships, etc. And there's a terrific a set of training programs that can help you with building a career within the Merchant Navy. We'll talk about that later. Engineering. Everyone knows that engineering is a great sector to get into, but you can be doing engineering within the maritime sector too, and we're short of engineers and we need more of them. So that's something to consider. Inland waterways, rivers, lakes, canal boats are in maritime. And if you've been up to London and you've seen how busy the Thames is with the little water taxis going backwards and forwards, with tugs, with the tourist boats, with the ferries and so on, that's all working boats, and it's all on inland waterways. Workboats and tugs are a personal favourite of mine. When you see these little stocky but really powerful and I just think they're funny. I just think they're fantastic looking little vessels. And you see these tiny little tugs that are helping the biggest cargo ships or cruise ships get into harbour safely. What an amazing job to do. And the business services, we touched on that earlier. So really everything that you need in the way of business functions and services to make any other business happen needs to happen within the maritime sector. So you might be thinking about building a career in finance. Have you thought about being in maritime finance, or being a shipbroker? Or have you thought about being an accountant, but doing that within maritime? Maybe you're thinking about marketing and PR. Perhaps you could be doing that in the maritime sector. Perhaps you're thinking about working in human resources and helping make sure that the business that you work for has the right talent and the right people working for it. You could do that in maritime, and so on. So have you ever heard of these job titles? A naval architect, we talked about that a couple of minutes ago. So that's a person that designs boats and ships. A maritime lawyer is a lawyer who specialises in maritime law. Really rewarding, exciting, interesting, financially rewarding job. Excuse me. A shipping cybersecurity specialist. Cybersecurity is a really interesting one when you think of autonomous or robotic vessels. So they're driven by computer systems, no people on board. And if you were a modern day pirate, you might be a computer hacker, and you might want to break into the computer system on an autonomous robotic vessel and steal it and just take control of it and sail it into your harbour rather than the one that it was expected to go back into. There's a whole industry building up around shipping cybersecurity now, and that would be something that's really exciting and interesting to get involved with. Now, I talked about robotics and autonomous vessels. They're not on this list, but that's something to consider. That is something that is absolutely coming. And if you're interested in that sort of design and that sort of industry, there are so many opportunities within maritime to get involved with robotics and autonomous vessels rather. A bosun, what does a bosun do? Well, a bosun is a person who's in charge of the equipment and the crew on a ship. A port engineer is a person who maintains and repairs the equipment within a port or a harbour and makes sure that it all keeps working as it should. Cadets, we talked about a little bit. So what's the difference between a cadetship and an apprenticeship? An apprenticeship, you get employed by an employer for a fixed period of time and you work on qualifications during that time. A cadetship, you're not employed by a shipping company, but you get sponsorship from a shipping company. And a cadetship, rather than going into the same place every day, every week, or 4 days a week and going to college 1 day a week, you'll do your college learning at a marine training academy, and it'll be for blocks of time, and then you'll do blocks of time at sea. So you might do 3 months on shore at a marine training academy and then 3 months at sea, putting into practice the skills and the knowledge that you've learned on shore. And then you come back on shore and do the next section of your training. There's various different marine training academies in the UK. and all the different shipping companies recruit from people that have gone through that sort of training. And port marine operations officers, well, they're responsible for the safe movement of vessels within a port. So think of the job that you want to do first, and then think about the businesses in the maritime sector that might be able to offer you that opportunity. So key messages, the things that I really want you to take away from this. A career in maritime is well paid. The average maritime pay is £38,000 a year, compared to the national average in the UK of £29,000. Lots of different ways to come in, lots of different ways to train, lots of different opportunities to work at sea, onshore, at sea, to move around within the sector, to come in as a 16-year-old onto an apprenticeship, to come in as an 18-year-old on a higher level of apprenticeship, maybe once you've already got an engineering or a carpentry and joinery or a business or a marketing, etc. qualification. Careers at sea and onshore, a growing sector with a thriving future. Choose to be part of it. The green revolution, we talked about autonomous vessels. The other thing that's really, really pushing forward at the moment is the carbon net zero target for the whole sector by 2050. And that is a massive thing for us to achieve. But it means that there are countless opportunities for people that are interested in doing a job that is tackling climate change, who are interested in engineering, who are interested in the design of vehicles and engines and power sources that are a little bit different, who are interested and who are scientists. Lots of opportunities for you to do that and be part of this massive game changer for the sector. And then we talked before about the size of the sector and the fact that it's going to double in size. Thousands of new jobs. And in the UK, maritime is bigger than rail and aviation combined. So maritime is not just history, it can be your future. Lots of different ways to progress within the sector without it costing you money or you building up a student debt. Cadetships, apprenticeships we've talked about, a sector where continual professional development, gaining further qualifications and skills and training is offered as part of your employment. And there's roles for everybody, roles at sea and onshore, a chance to see the world and to travel. Lots of different working patterns actually. It's not necessarily 9 to 5 in an office Monday to Friday. So lots of varying career pathways, lots of different entry routes. You just have to identify which is the best one for you. So ditch the dull 9 to 5. Thousands of job titles, thousands of satisfying careers. What's yours going to be? So how can Maritime UK help you? Well, we've got a terrific website and careers area of our website where you can explore in a careers brochure all the different industries and the types of jobs that you can do, where you can have a look at the full list of apprenticeships and in marine and maritime in 2020. And we've got a great area on the website where there are information activity videos starting to look at particular industries and particular jobs in a lot more detail. So you might have thought that you want to be a marine biologist, but what does that actually mean in terms of jobs? We've got a video where you can meet 3 people who did that at university and they talk about what they're doing now for a job. We've got a great video about shipbroking and what that is. Got a super video looking at greener yachting and how people that use leisure boats can do so in a more ecologically friendly way. And then there's a super video about careers at sea and how you might get yourself a cadetship and what that might look like when you're there, meet some people that are doing that sort of training. And an even better one that's on Portsmouth International Port, where you explore the different business functions within the port and think about the job titles that come with each one of them, and that's been watched lots and lots of times. We've also got virtual tours of maritime sites and vessels, and there's a chance for you to be inside a port or to be inside a tall ship or to be inside a canal boat. And a really super one that the Royal Navy have made for us on the HMS Protector, which is an ice patrol ship and spends most of its life in the Antarctic. And for a Royal Navy ship, it's not the normal colour. It's red and white. But the virtual tour takes you around inside the ship, and you meet some of the people and in the different areas of the ship that they work in. So you're on the bridge with the captain and his crew. You are in the galley with the people who are the chefs and provide all the catering. You meet the PT instructor, and he talks about healthy bodies and healthy minds and as that sort of thing, as you would expect, down into the engine room and so on. Really good video. So I hope you enjoy exploring some of those over the next few days. If you're a careers advisor, or you're a teacher or a tutor, or you work for Job Centre Plus and you're here watching this in that role, we have a careers professionals network where we can work with you. I can provide information for you directly about updates and information to do with the sector, about relevant CPD sessions that we can provide for you, and a newsletter. So what's happening in Maritime UK Week? Well, we've obviously got our virtual careers fair, which is a huge thing, and it's taken a lot of work, but it's going to be great. The Maritime Museums, some of them are working with us to put on special exhibitions and to update the information on their websites. Maritime museums don't just talk about what happened in maritime in the past, but they also talk about what's happening now and what's going to happen in the future. So maybe now is a really good time to make a visit to your local maritime museum and find out a bit more. The virtual tours of sites and vessels I've talked about, and I hope you enjoy watching those videos and getting involved in those interactive activities. The CPD sessions for careers advisors we're talking about this week specifically, we've been looking at the maritime industry that supports wind and wave power generation, and the maritime industries that support safety and security. So the Northern Lighthouse Board and the Maritime Coast Guard Agency are both providing information for teachers and tutors and careers professionals. And we've produced 3 brand new careers videos. They are regional. One's in the northwest, one's in the southwest, and one's in the Solent so far. There'll be more coming. And you get a chance to meet 6 different people who are starting their careers in the sector. The 3 videos are complementary, so they cover different businesses and different job roles. And they look at people who are apprentices or people who are already employed in the sector. They are looking at electrical installations, engineering, there's a maritime lawyer, there's someone who's a port operations engineer, there's someone who works for Serco who helps move and safely bring the huge Royal Navy vessels into Portsmouth Harbour, and someone who does scuba diving as part of their normal job. Those are my contact details. So you can contact me on LinkedIn. We've got 2 different Twitter accounts, Lorna_MUK or at MUK Careers. Those are my email addresses. Excuse me. So I hope that's been an interesting 18.5 minutes for you, and that you feel that you know more about the maritime sector now. Thank you for listening.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Cool. I don't know what I've just done to my thing. I've clicked onto my blimmin' YouTube.
Kutchuk, Lewis, Connor Cadet will see
Mariana,
Neve,
Adrian,
Emily,
Charlie, 15,
11, 12. We're 12.
M-am și pe ani.
Outgoing.
Sunt ambițioasă, muncesc greu și sunt prietenoasă.
Handsome. Excitable.
Cheeky.
Polite.
Trying to be creative sometimes.
Independent. Ambitious.
Dramatic.
Courageous.
Not selfish. Happy. Loud. Interesant.
The people. Amazing.
Loialitatea.
Life changing.
Supportive.
You make great friends.
Challenging. It's a home away from home.
Community.
Opportunities.
Thrilling.
Very, very wonderful.
Makes you feel proud.
Challenging. Phenomenal. So
It's just my face. Can we retake that shot? That was rubbish.
I do love that video. Hi, my name is Daniel McAllister. I'm Director of Fundraising and Communications for Sea Cadets. Welcome. This is a video that Maritime UK have asked us to put together just to explain a little about who we are, what Sea Cadets is all about, but also give a little bit of an understanding as to what it all could lead to. The prospects and opportunities of the maritime sector that lead from being a cadet are pretty amazing. So the best way for me to do that, I think, is to invite a colleague of mine, Lieutenant Commander Vicky Marson, who heads up the careers pathway within our brand new tool for all cadets. It is the Sea Cadet portal, essentially an app. It is the Sea Cadet experience in every cadet's pocket. And I'll let her say a few words. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vicky Marson. I've been asked to talk to you today by Maritime UK as an employee of the Marine Society and Sea Cadets, and as my role as a portal pathway manager for the Sea Cadets portal, and also for someone who's very proud to be one of the many volunteers who give their time to the Sea Cadets. Sea Cadets is the UK's leading national maritime youth organisation. It currently has around about 15,000 young people aged between 10 and 18 years of age. These are split into 3 cohorts: Sea Cadets, Royal Marines Cadets, and Junior Sea Cadets. We have 403 units that are located across England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Isle of Man, the Channel Islands, and we even have units in Bermuda and Malta. We have 9,000 friendly trained volunteers, some like myself from a naval background, others not at all, but everyone bringing with them valuable life experience. Our platform, the Sea Cadets Experience, is built on the customs and traditions of the Royal Navy, which is delivered through our core values: honesty and integrity, self-discipline, respect, loyalty, commitment and courage. It inspires our commitment to support and work in helping to launch young people for life. This just means that being a Sea Cadet gives you the experiences, adventures and even qualifications to prepare you for success ahead in life. We've just launched our new and exciting digital platform, the Sea Cadets portal. It's like our own social network, and it helps us support our cadets directly, each building their own journey. The portal empowers our cadets by giving them access to a huge amount of information, such as news feeds, their current status and their personal Sea Cadets experience, as well as sight of future possibilities, not just within Sea Cadets, but also for their career after they age out at 18. Many of these opportunities can help cadets achieve skills which are transferable into the maritime sector through courses such as marine engineering, catering and stewarding, seamanship, navigation, first aid, leadership training, including skills which are further developed via practical experience aboard our inshore and offshore fleets. Cadets training is also further enhanced through STEM and Duke of Edinburgh Awards, BTECs and other cadet vocational qualifications. We're continually reviewing the quality of information that supports and sets our young people on a career path with competence and confidence, as we're in the process of adding the careers information into our portal. This will give our cadets the opportunity to view at an early stage and allow them to start to prepare a pathway for their brighter future. If you want to learn more about Sea Cadets, you can visit our webpage at www.sea-cadets.org. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Vicky. Certainly a lot for people to process. So I think what we really need at this point is to hear from one of our cadets. a very special cadet, one of our top tiered cadets throughout the country, what we call a First Sea Lord cadet. And Cadet Sergeant Laurel from London area would like to share a few words about what she thinks of Sea Cadets now.
Why is the Sea Cadets cool? For starters, you get to do so many different courses and activities. You could do things like aviation, where you get to fly planes, communication information systems, and marine engineering, where you get to do all that techie stuff with radios and engines. Then you have boating courses and qualifications, which include things like sailing, paddle sport, rowing, and power boating. Those are so much fun. As well as that, you can even go international. You can go on things like international exchange or offshore voyages, where you get to go to other countries, different continents, whether around Europe or even further around the world. But most importantly, you get to make so many friends and form lifelong connections. You could be friends with your cadets, and you can even meet so many staff members and amazing people who really, really look after you. You go to so many events in London and around the UK. And on top of that, there really is something for everyone. You've got the fun things, and you've even got those courses that will give you stuff for later on in life. The Sea Cadets really is cool. We have the best uniform too. But most importantly, you get to do all the things that you'd hoped for, and you get to travel and have fun while you're at it. So have fun while doing things like boating, you get to fly planes, you can even do absolutely anything, rock climbing, diving's on the table. You could do absolutely anything if you put your mind to it. And that is what makes the Sea Cadets cool.
Well, thank you very much, Cadet Sergeant Laurel, who's not only a First Sea Lord cadet, but also one of our Royal Marines cadets. So very impressive. I would like to say thank you for joining us today. Thank you for following the series with Maritime UK. I hope you found this episode interesting, found out a little bit more about Sea Cadets, what we have to offer, not just in terms of adventure today on the water for young people, but the prospects available to them for the future. What the maritime sector has to hold, our young people need to be prepared for. Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect. It looks like we're live. So,
Okay.
welcome to the afternoon of Maritime UK Careers Fair. Here to kickstart the afternoon of speakers, we have a very special guest from Warsash Maritime School. This school is the only maritime training centre of its kind in the world, and here to delve into that and tell you why, we have Giuseppe Saeva, Head of Cadet Education. So over to you, Giuseppe. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for that. And I'll just share my screen. Maybe 1 second. So can you see that, Rosie?
Looks all good to me. Yep.
Excellent. So hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning in. And it's good to talk to you. And I'm going to spend half an hour, and I'm going to talk about a couple of things. I want to talk to you about what is the Merchant Navy and some key jobs that are available in the industry, how you get into it, and then what we as a maritime school can do to help you start your career and progress through your career. But before I do that, I just want to ask you a few questions. So I'm sure many of you now are currently thinking about career options and university, and I just want to ask a few questions I want you to think about. So how would you like to be paid whilst you're studying? How would you like to have a job at the end of your training and your 3 years of sort of career and college? How would you like to earn a good salary by the time you're only in your early 20s? How'd you like a career where you travel the world and see many places you probably would never normally see? Enjoy long spells of leave and being paid to be at home? And how would you like to be a captain of your ship or a chief engineer by the time you're age 30? So those are some of the exciting questions I want you to think about over the next half an hour as I go through the following. So what is the Merchant Navy? It's probably a term you may have heard, but no one actually really knows what it means. If you want to say it, really, it's all ships that don't have guns on, okay? The Merchant Navy is all the vessels that travel the world, moving goods and people around the world, or other vessels that are there to support the functions of those industries. There are two kind of jobs or functions at sea. The first one is what we call a deck officer. And a deck officer's role essentially is to guide the ship from A to B. Okay, so navigate the ship safely through all weathers, all conditions, all environments from A to B, safely with the crew, transporting people or cargo around the world. And these are some of the functions that you would be responsible for. So as I said, the navigation, monitoring of the weather, your ship systems, of course, all your crew, the loading and discharge of your cargo, and health and safety. So those are kind of some of your key roles. The other important jobs on the ships are the engineers. And the two types of engineers, the mechanical and the electronic. And as you can see, they have lots and lots of responsibilities. Anything from ensuring the propulsion of the ship is still functioning, but all the electronic and the navigation equipment on board, they're responsible to make sure those are working properly. Because when you're at sea, you can't just stop off at Tesco's and sort of top up with additional bits of equipment. If there's a fire in the ship, you can't call the fire brigade. You've got to do it yourself. So these are very important jobs at sea that you've got to manage and do yourself. So you can see some very highly trained people have lots and lots of different functions. So as I said, what is a Merchant Navy? Well, lots of different ships that you could choose to work on. So here we've got gas carriers and oil carriers. As you'll find as you study geography around the world, you'll realize that all the raw materials, places where people actually want to use them. So all these materials have to be transported around the world, and a lot of it is traveled by, moved by ships. Another type of vessels, so dry bulk vessels. So the one on the left, top left there, That could be carrying anything from iron ore and coal to animal feed, grain, coffee, anything like that. And the bottom right hand corner, car carriers. So they move hundreds and hundreds of cars around the world from the place of manufacture to the place where people want to buy them. Cruise ships. Many of you may have been on a cruise already. This is part of the Merchant Navy. And although you may have been on a cruise ship and seen all the fun side of the ship, they still need navigators and engineers to move the ship around safely. What we call ro-ro ferries. So again, many of you may have been on these when you may have gone across the Channel or across the Irish Sea. These are a combination of passenger vessels and car and cargo. Big container ships. We always say in our industry about 90% of goods are moved around the world by sea, and these ships carry many of them. Inside these containers, maybe televisions, cars, fruit and veg, furniture, who knows. But these are what we call the workhorses of industry, moving goods around the world. Royal Fleet Auxiliary, that's considered part of the Merchant Navy, and this is the kind of the support industry to the Royal Navy itself. So if you're interested in being part of that world, then you can look at joining the Royal Fleet Auxiliary. And there's lots of smaller vessels, what we call offshore vessels, support vessels. These may be ships that go to sea to explore for new oil and gas fields. There may be vessels that go and lay cables for telecommunications or pipes. Lots of small vessels that have a very important part to play in the world's economy and industry. And these are, fun ships to be on if you want to be working on a smaller ship. And of course, there's the glamorous side of the industry, the super yachts. Super yachts now are getting so big that all crew on board have to be trained as though they were working on one of the bigger ships I've just shown you. So now there's many people getting trained to work on super yachts. So those are a range of vessels that you may be interested in. And as I said, and they all take those navigation officers I was talking about and the engineers. If that excites you, then I guess the next question is, how do you get started? So you would start off by enrolling on what we call a cadetship or a UK cadet program. In the UK, the UK recruits around 800 cadets every year, and they go to a number of different colleges around the UK. And we at Warsash Maritime School take roughly 180 or 200 cadets every year. All training officers, as we call them, must follow either a foundation degree route, high national diploma, or an HNC. And how they work is it's a 3-year program. So very much like any other degree program, they run for 3 years. They're split into what we call 5 phases. First phase is you come to us and you do an academic phase, and you start learning the basics of either engineering or navigation before you then go to your first sea phase. And that can be a few months where you start learning the job at sea. You then come back for phase 3 to the college, where you do more of the academic learning, and you start embedding more of the knowledge you have learned in the previous 2 phases. You then leave again and go to what's the longer sea phase, phase 4, which can be up to roughly 10 months, before you come back for phase 5 and your final phase, where it's the academic last academic phase and your professional qualifications. And on completion of that, you leave with what's called a certificate of competency, which is almost like a license to allow you to go to sea and work as a fully employed officer. Cadets must be sponsored by a shipping company, and they manage your training and organise your sea phases. And that's important because, as I said, they organise your sea phases, but they will also pay you a wage while you're learning, and they will manage you. And about that shortly. Something that is a bit more practical, but I would suggest you may want to think about is the cost of studying in your higher education. So an average student debt for an undergraduate student, so that is a student who takes what we call a traditional degree route, will probably leave university with a debt of around £40,000 to £50,000 after they've taken out loans and pay for their fees. That's a substantial amount of money to pay back. The average debt of a cadet can be around nothing to about £4,000, and that's just an average. Why do I say that? Because, as I said, the sponsoring shipping company will pay your wage and pay your expenses while you study. So if you're careful with your money, then you can finish your training, go to a career carrying no debt. Also interesting to think about is when you leave the college, a normal, like I said, undergraduate student would probably enter their industries with an average salary of around £21,000 to £22,000. A cadet will start off the industry somewhere in the region of £30,000 to £35,000 as a starting salary. It's a very attractive industry to get into. So what are the entry requirements? As I said, there's a number of different routes. Firstly, the foundation degree. Those are normally people who leave after they finish their A-levels and want to take on a cadetship. And they need a minimum of 48 UCAS points and maths in, GCSEs in maths, English, and a science. There is quite a bit of maths in both these career pathways, and particularly the engineering side. So we do look for a good quality of maths at your A-level and GCSE levels. The other way is to join after your sort of GCSE, so you will follow the HND, the Higher National Diploma route. And again, you should be leaving school with good maths, a science, and an English. And if you're following the engineering route, the science we're looking for is something along the lines of a physics or engineering or something like that. Okay, that will stand you in good stead. So, like I said, there are 2 points of entry after A-levels, after GCSEs, depending on what point you want to start on your career path. So that's the Merchant Navy, and that's very brief overview of how you get into it. But what we do as Warsash Maritime School? Well, we're based in Southampton, and we have a dedicated cadet facility, and we're right in the heart of the city. Those of you who may not know Southampton, we're one of the UK's leading ports. We are the UK's #1 port for the import and export of cars, UK's largest oil refinery, busiest turnaround port for cruise ships in Europe, UK's second container terminal, port, and lots of other goods come in out of Southampton. So we are based in one of the hubs, should we say, of UK's trade and transport. The fun of this course is that, yes, I've mentioned you need your maths and some academic, but a lot of the activities you will learn are based around your career. So there's a lot of practical work. And as you can see, these 2 cadets of ours are learning to use Admiralty charts. So they're learning how to use a paper chart to plan journeys and routes from A to B that they would do when they're at sea. Similarly, this is one of our electronic engineers, and he's talking to cadets about the use of electronics and safe handling of electronics and electrics at sea. We have a dedicated workshop, and it's the best way to learn your job is to have hands-on experience. So we have we have our own dedicated workshop, and you're taught to strip down an engine, find faults, and put it back together again. So if you like hands-on work, this is a great course to get into. We have a brand new, what we call a simulation center. And this is a room where you're learning how to use electronic navigation systems. So I showed you the paper charts just now. This is learning electronic navigation. And as you join the industry, you will see a lot of ships now are heavily reliant on electronic and computer technology to help and assist them in the safe passage and management of their ships. You will get a chance to go on one of our simulators. This is a bridge simulator that are designed to give you the real feel of what it's like to be sailing and working at sea. The equipment you see there is exactly like you would see on a ship, and I can assure you, when you're in there and we start making the waves move, you will really think you are on a ship. And as you can see, the cadets really enjoy getting into there because that is the real world learning experience. And again, this is a similar picture of the cadets. Looks like they're navigating, I think, into Hong Kong Harbour. If not, one of my colleagues will confirm that to me. And we have, similarly for engineers, they get to use simulation technology as well. So this is a slightly scaled down version of engine that you would find on a ship, but all the technology on there is the same. I only say that because if we had a real life ship's engine, it will take up pretty much the whole of our building because they are that large. I talked earlier about responsibilities of firefighting. We have our own safety training school, and you will go through a firefighting training course led by experienced staff, and these are some of our cadets learning how to put out fires as they would be at sea. Similarly, we teach you how to be safe at sea and use life-saving equipment. And again, these are some of our cadets in a pool to start with to get in and out of life equipment. And we have our own pier where we can launch boats and get you out on the water and do various activities and safety training while you're on the water. We have fun too. Every year we have a charity event. These are some of our cadets who enjoy spending 24 hours in a life raft to raise money for good causes. I would say, coming to the industry, it is a fun industry, and you make friends from a very early stage, and many of these people will probably be lifelong friends as they go through their careers. Many of our staff, the vast majority of them, are captains and chief engineers in their own rights. We're called master mariners. And this is one of our what we call part-time lecturers, who's actually a captain on one of the Isle of Wight ferries. And he enjoys, at the start of the course, taking some of our new cadets onto the bridge of his vessel across the Isle of Wight and giving them an early taste of what it's like to be master of their own vessel. As you can see, everyone enjoys that trip. So that's what we do. As I said, our job is to take you on that journey, take you on a journey from day one, teach you all the skills and knowledge you need to get you to the first rung on the ladder of being a professional seafarer. And then, if you wanted to come back at a future date to become ultimately a captain or chief engineer, as I said, we'll support you on that journey all the way through. I talked earlier about you needing to have a sponsorship from various shipping companies. And here's just a few of companies who regularly recruit cadets. And I should have mentioned earlier, we have 2 intakes a year in September and January. So there are a number of pathways to start. And again, here's a number of other companies. So that was a really fast sort of talk through the Merchant Navy and how you get into it. If you find something there really exciting, interesting, there are a number of things you can do. First of all, you can go to our website, where there's a lot more information about careers and entry. We run a number of open days that you can come along to at any time. Our next virtual one is on Thursday, 29th of October. And as I said, if you go to our website, you'll see all the open days are available in the future. And we hope once we get out of the current sort of COVID situation, we'll be able to open up your facilities and you can come and visit us. If you have any questions you want to ask me, then I'm happy to answer any questions. Please email me at that email there, wsmse.admin@solent.ac.uk, and I'll be happy to answer emails or have a chat with you and start you on that journey. So I think that's all I have to say. I don't know if anyone has any questions they'd like to ask me.
Thank you. That was really great. I tell you what, you have maybe converted me to join in the Merchant Navy.
You're very welcome to join.
we do have a few questions actually.
Okay.
So one of them, I think you kind of covered just in your last couple of slides. So it was obviously you mentioned you need to get sponsored by a shipping company in order to join a course. Is that simply by clicking on one of those links, going onto the web page and filling in an application form, or is there more to that application process?
No. Broadly speaking, you can contact any of those companies, and as I said, all those companies are listed on our website. Contact all those companies, and you can apply online to them. And they're all very happy to speak to people and discuss opportunities into various parts of the industry and different types of ships. Mm-hmm. So yes, and you don't have to apply just to one. You can speak to all those companies or a number of them. Because ultimately you've got to find the sector of industry that's most important to you and the one that excites you. So yeah, absolutely. Speak to them first.
Perfect. Thank you. We have another one here actually. Someone saying that they're not great at maths. Do they absolutely need that to pursue a career in the Merchant Navy, or are there any alternatives? Obviously you had quite a big focus on maths when you spoke about the qualifications.
Okay. And well, there's no easy answer, I'm afraid. Yes, you do need maths, particularly if you want to be an engineer. There is an awful lot of maths in engineering. On the deck side, if you are weak on maths, then I would suggest you follow the HND route, because what happens is we will give you that support for maths, and because not everyone's at maths. I have to admit, I was never particularly good at maths at school. But you get a way around it. We have excellent maths teachers who will help you, and what we will do is actually we'll teach you the maths that's applicable to the job you want to do. So we won't reteach you GCSE maths. It'll be around stuff you need for chart work and everything else. So please don't let that be a barrier. And don't worry you. We can get over that.
Perfect. It's good to know. Someone else has asked if you provide accommodation on site at Warsash.
Yes. So obviously, if you haven't noticed, we're part of Solent University, and we have all our student accommodation. We have a number of student halls. Most of the halls are within 10 minutes walk of the premises that we showed you where we do our teaching. So again, if you click to the website, there'll be a big section on accommodation and the types of accommodation and costs. So absolutely, there's plenty of good accommodation there.
Perfect. Someone else has inquired, you mentioned obviously the different types of ships and vessels that you can work on.
Yes.
Do you get to choose yourself, or are you placed there? How does that work?
A bit of both, really. If you speak to one of the sponsoring companies, because there are two different types of companies. Obviously, if you go to direct to a company like Carnival or Princess, then clearly you are going to be working on a cruise ship.
Mm-hmm.
There are a number of other companies who are what we call management companies, who represent lots of different companies in the industry. So if you wanted to, let's say, work on a container ship, then when you speak to one of those companies, you can say your preference is a container ship. And if they've got opportunities there, and hopefully they'll push you in that direction. So there's a bit of both. You can choose, but again, it depends on the amount of spaces available. What I would say, if for instance you wanted to for my example, work on a container ship and there were no opportunities, still take the cadetship and go on a different ship, because you're still learning the same skills, and you can transfer into the container sector at a later date.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you so much. Someone
okay.
else has asked, how long might they be at sea for on one of these various vessels?
Are you right? Are you talking after you've graduated? I'm assuming you're talking once you've finished.
I'm just looking here. I think this is during the course when you mentioned that there'd be placements at sea.
Okay. Well, you have to do roughly a year at sea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in total. So in phase 2, you might go to sea for let's say 3 or 4 months, and then at phase 4, you might then do a total of about maybe 8 months, 9 months, but you would probably only do 4 months at sea before you get leave, and then go back and do some more time at sea. So it depends on the company.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say any stint, the longest stint you'll be at sea is about 4 months, 5 months, something like that.
Perfect. So it helps to not be seasick.
I think, yes, absolutely.
The final question, actually, I think a really good one. Someone's asked, why are you in this role? Why do you personally love it?
I came into the industry by accident. I actually worked for P&O Cruises a long time ago, and I've also worked in the container industry. Why do I love it? Because I love to see the world. I've traveled all over the place. Every day is different. I love meeting new people, and I've got lifelong friends in industry. It's an industry, once you get into it, it gets in your blood and you can't get out of it. It's such fun. Every day's a challenge. And yeah, I'm passionate about it, so I can't speak more highly. So if you're on a different job and not necessarily want to work behind a desk all day, then this is the industry for you. And what I would add also, this is a career for life. So if you wanted to join and go to sea, that doesn't mean you have to be to sea for 40 years. Many people come in and they might go to sea for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, whatever they decide. And then after that time, I go, actually, do you know what? I've done my time. I'd like to go and work on land. There is a lot of jobs on land still in the maritime sector. So you can work in the industry for the whole career. But as I said, it doesn't need to be at sea. So there's flexibility there.
Perfect. Well, it really does sound amazing, and hopefully some of the people watching will get to work with you one day.
And I look forward to seeing them at our college. And like I said, I'm always here if they want to ask questions, and if I can help, please ask.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And with that, we have 2 minutes to go. So we are finished, and we'll take a little break before the next speakers. Thank you very much, everyone. And our next speaker here at the Maritime Careers Fair is a lady, a very important lady from Clyde Marine Training. Now, she has come today to discuss how Clyde can help you with pursuing Merchant Navy careers. So we have Jo Gillen, and she is the Training and Events Analyst. So please, Jo, over to you. We look forward to hearing more about Clyde and how you can help us.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Yeah, so as Rosie said, I'm Jo Gillen. I work as a training and events analyst at Clyde Marine Training, basically supporting the development of CMT and attending and arranging lots of careers events all over the UK. I'll just thank Maritime UK first of all for hosting and creating this event. It's such a large scale. I can understand these things aren't easy, but it's amazing at times like this that we can come together virtually through Zoom, Microsoft Teams to communicate with each other. So I'm here to talk to you about Clyde. Just before me, you heard Giuseppe from Warsash College, who went into great detail and gave you lots of information about the Merchant Navy side of the maritime industry. Hopefully I won't duplicate too much of what he said and more focus on how we can help you. So I'm just going to share my screen. Bear with me 2 minutes, it should be us. Okay, so Clyde Marine Training, what do we do? So we are a cadet management company. So you've got the college, you've got the sponsoring company, i.e. the shipping company, and you've got us. And we are like the middleman. We are the ones that support you throughout your training. And what we offer is a 3-year, fully funded cadetship for anyone that is interested in becoming a Merchant Navy deck officer, engineering officer, or electrotechnical officer. And Giuseppe went into great detail previously about those roles and what you would expect to learn within those roles. But we offer the cadetship. There's 3 intakes each year, sorry, 2 intakes. We've got the January, February and the April along with that. And then we've got the August, September intake as well. So I'm just going to play you this video. So that gives you a little introduction into Clyde Marine Training and what you would expect if you did your training through us. So as I said before, we offer 3 different training routes. Deck officers for anyone that's interested in learning about navigating a ship and hopefully become one day captain of your own ship. You have the engineering side, which focuses more on the mechanical aspect of the ship, based down in the engine room, and then you have your electrotechnical officers. So they're pretty much like an electrician on board a ship. And then the 4th one you see there is the pre-cadetship route that some of the colleges do offer that we work with. The pre-cadetship route is designed for anyone that doesn't meet the academic requirements for the deck officer, engineering or electrotechnical officer roles. It's a 1-year college course. And if you complete that course, you then have guaranteed entry into a sponsored cadetship. That is what we offer. You also get paid to train with us. So the sponsoring company, i.e. the shipping company that we place you with or that you have interest in, will pay you without your 3 years of training, as well, as Giuseppe just mentioned a minute ago. So a little bit about Clyde Marine Training today. So we have over 700 cadets in training at any time. We are the UK's largest training management company. We have 4,500 plus officers graduated. We recruit for over 30 shipping companies. And we work with the UK's leading nautical colleges. One of them you've just heard from, Giuseppe at Warsash. So we work with City of Glasgow, Fleetwood, Shetland, South Shields, the Scottish Maritime Academy, Warsash of course, and Humber, so based all over the UK. And the ownership structure of Clyde Marine Training is at the top. You have Stena, you have the Northern Marine Group, and then you have us. So we're here to produce the next generation of Merchant Navy seafarers. So in 1986, Clyde Marine Training was formed with the sole aim of regenerating the training of Merchant Navy officers. At that point, we only had 3 staff members and 6 cadets, and that's when we began the journey of cadet management. We've since helped thousands of cadets achieve their goal of becoming Merchant Navy officers, with many of our cadets going on to achieve long and distinguished careers thereafter. Our influence extends out with that as well. We work with industry bodies such as the MCA, the Merchant Training Board, and the UK Chamber of Shipping. Now, why would you be interested in a career in the Merchant Navy? Well, one, you get to travel all over the world. Whether you're a deck officer, engineer, ETO, you get to travel all over the world. You're paid to train, and you get a really good salary when you graduate after your 3 years of training. Now, the way the training works is it's split across 5 phases. So 3 of those phases are spent at college, so one of the colleges I've just mentioned before, and the other 2 are spent building up sea time with one of the sponsoring companies that we work with. So each role requires so much sea time before you can graduate. A deck officer, you require 12 months minimum sea time before you graduate after the 3 years. Engineers and ATO officers, you require 8 months sea time in there. And we are here to support you to get that sea time along with the sponsoring company, but also there to support you academically throughout your college phases as well. So we pride ourselves on the experience that we can give you throughout your training, and that's why we have dedicated training officers within the Clyde Marine Training Company. So training officers are people that have been to sea themselves. I've also done a cadetship, passed their orals, and became Merchant Navy officers. We have multiple different training officers that are there to support you. So you'll be allocated to a training officer throughout your 3 years of training. That person is there to support you throughout your academics, throughout your sea time experience as well, and for anything else that you might need. And as I said, they've been to sea, they've experienced, you know, the challenges that might come with being at sea. So they're there to support you through anything that you need. We are an award-winning company. We pride ourselves on that personal touch that we can give, with over 30 years experience as well. And we work all over the UK recruiting cadets. So there's some fantastic nautical colleges that we work with. All of them have great facilities, and you'll see them listed just in front of you. So all over the UK. And typically what we'll do is we will allocate someone to their nearest nautical college. Sometimes applicants or cadets do come to us with a preferred college of their choice, and we will do our absolute best to place them at that college. With the sponsoring company side of things, i.e. the shipping company, again, you are allowed to put forward your top 3 sponsoring companies, and we will again do our best to allocate you to that sponsoring company. So our training officers, again, they work closely with the colleges. So there's a training officer for each college. They work closely with the college staff as well to keep an eye on your progress and if there's anything we can do to help. So this is just a selection of our current clients, but we do work with over 30 shipping companies. So if you're interested in a career in the Merchant Navy, you could be going to sea with one of the clients you see in front of you. We work with big cruise liners like Royal Caribbean, Disney Cruise Line. We work with CalMac as well, Vroon, MEF, Tidewater, Union, EPS, a range of different clients and a range of different ships as well. So I'm just going to show you a video now that will give you an insight on how to apply and how easy it is to apply to us. So that was just a video there to show you how easy it is to apply to us. You just go onto our website at www.clydemarinetraining.com. There's an apply now button, and it takes less than 10 minutes to fill out the application form. It's very, very simple. The turnaround time for applications is very quick because I assess them myself. So you'll hear back from us within 48 hours with, if you meet the requirements, an interview invitation, and you'll be interviewed by one of our training officers, which is obviously being done virtually at the moment. If I just go into the next screen here. So just to summarise, a career in the Merchant Navy is a really rewarding career. The salary, of course, is amazing, but the experience that you get on board and the responsibilities that you learn is transferable into all roles within life. You know, the maritime industry is a huge industry. We focus mainly in the Merchant Navy side, but you know, people do go to sea now. They gain that experience and they do come back on shore and use those skills within a role here. There's loads of different industries that you can go in after your training. It's completely up to you. And if you do have any inquiries regarding a career in the Merchant Navy industry, or that you would like to speak to me and get a bit more information, you can contact us with the link just above. So training at clydemarine.com. That's our email. You can shoot me over an email and I will get back to you. We do have an office number, which is 0141 427 6655. You can call me anytime. My name's Jo, and I can speak to you about anything you like in regards to the Merchant Navy or any inquiries that you do have. But if you're interested in this, I definitely recommend applying to us, and I look forward to receiving your application form. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jo.
Nice.
We do have a few questions that have come through here, some interesting ones actually. So the first one, somebody's just wanting to understand, so why would they go through you rather than directly through a college? I mean, what's the difference there with the two options?
So with the college, if you go directly to the college, you're then applying for the standalone course, and they can direct you to either a training company, which is us, or directly to the shipping company themselves. So whether you go through the college or another advisor, they'll still direct you to us. Or the shipping company directly. So the benefits of coming to us is it really saves a bit of time, you know, between those conversations with the college and us. You're just applying straight to us, and we can get the ball rolling with your career.
Perfect. And speaking of applications, someone has asked how many people apply and how many usually get in?
Well, we do receive a lot of applications. We do have high numbers for our January, February 2021 intake already. So if you are thinking about applying, I would recommend getting your application form in as soon as possible. We can only take so many cadets on for each intake. As you can imagine, you know, the shipping companies only take so many people in numbers. So I do recommend getting that application in as soon as possible. Anyone that isn't successful just either hasn't met the academic requirements, but it's not a case of just them getting rejected. I would tend to phone that person up and advise them of other routes, like the pre-cadetship route. If you do that, then you've got a guaranteed entry into the sponsored cadetship that we offer. Or it would be a case of that intake's full, so we would then defer them until the next intake.
Okay, perfect. And that brings me on nicely to one of the next questions, actually. Someone's asked, you mentioned that you had to have, obviously, GCSE in English, Maths and Science. And they've asked if, unfortunately, they do not obtain one of those, grade C or above, are they able to retake with you guys, or would they have to do it before applying?
There's a couple of different routes that person could go down. If they wanted to retake that particular subject, they would have to do that out with us, because we focus mainly on the cadetship. However, that person could be eligible for the pre-cadetship route. So rather than retaking that particular subject, they could do the pre-cadetship, which would, you know, guarantee them entry. I would recommend this person phones myself up on the number or the email that's just behind me on the virtual screen here, and I can have a chat to them about how we can accommodate that.
Perfect. That's definitely good to know that people, have options, which is great. Someone's asked, on average, what are the hours for a course? So would they be full-time Monday to Friday? Is there any weekend training there? I mean, how does that work?
So the course is full-time, 5 days a week. It is a lot of information to take in, so it couldn't work if it was part-time. It has to be a full-time course. So we do get a lot of questions. People will ask, can I get a part-time job while I study and train with you? And we'll never tell anyone not to get a part-time job. We just have to say your main focus has to be the cadetship, because it's a lot of information to take in, and you do have to focus on it. So it is a full-time position.
Perfect. And actually really lovely. Someone's obviously picked up on you being, a female in this industry. I'm guessing this has also come from another female, but they've asked if there are many women in the industry and if you're doing anything to try and recruit more.
Yeah, so there's definitely there could be more women within the industry. I can't lie about that. I would love to see more and more women apply. I don't think it's this industry that struggles with that. I think it's STEM subjects in general tend to have a lower percentage of females. However, I'm very much all about women empowerment, and the more females that can apply to this role, the absolute better. It's definitely getting better. There is a lot more females than there was, say, 5-10 years ago. But yeah, definitely something that we look to raise awareness of. We do work with a number of charities to try and promote the industry to females, absolutely. So go ahead and apply, and I look forward to receiving your application form.
Perfect. And just a final question here. This is actually one from me. Somebody asked it in the last session, and I thought it was just a really, really good question. Why do you like your role? Why do you personally enjoy it? Why are you here today?
I always find that the hardest question to ask, because I love my role for a various amount of reasons. Connecting with the public and, sharing this route, this career route is, I think, really important. Not everyone likes to leave school and go straight into university. I'm certainly wasn't that kind of person. So having an alternative route, like whether that's cadetships, apprenticeships, I'm all for promoting. I am very enthusiastic about my role. I enjoy going around the UK, in non-COVID times, travelling around, speaking to young people, seeing what they're interested in, and helping them and assisting them in any way I can. And that's why if you did apply to us, I'd be straight on the phone giving you as much information about the route as possible.
Perfect. Well, hopefully, that was really good. I'm hoping it's inspired a few people out there, and you should be, your phones will be ringing very soon, I'm sure.
Good.
Thank you so much, Jo.
No problem at all.
Fingers crossed. As Jo mentioned, there are Clyde Marine contact details behind her on the screen, so do not hesitate to contact her. Thank you very much again, Jo. Look forward to speaking to you soon.
Cheers. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Cheers. Bye. The afternoon at the Maritime Careers Fair, everyone. Right now we have a very special guest from Careers at Sea. So this afternoon we've heard a bit about various training options, and now we're about to hear about career opportunities in the Merchant Navy instead. And so to talk about these career opportunities, we have Rachel Gurnett, and she is the Training and Careers Manager at Careers at Sea. So over to you, Rachel. I will let you speak. Thank you.
Hi everyone, as I've just been introduced, my name is Rachel and I currently manage the Careers at Sea programme, which talks all about the Merchant Navy and the training options that you can have to start your career on board ship. So just to get you started, I've got a little video that hopefully you'll be able to hear and you'll be able to see. So watch this video to get started.
Forget 9 to 5. It's 95% of all trade that's moved by sea.
And I'm a part of it. Me. Fish fingers for tea. 2 B's in a C. From double signs to container giants.
Skateboard mission to bridge watch session.
Driving mum insane. Lifting a new car with a crane.
You can work your way up, they said. And I've never felt closer to the bridge. And it's true. The journey. Inspiring.
All cylinders firing. Night shift tiring. But 3 months on and 3 months off.
Good travel, they said. Photo of me in the mid.
Gaming all day long. Waste of time? Wrong. Transferable skills that I never imagined. Teasing seagulls with chips. Only watching the ships. Now world-leading tech at my fingertips.
From kid doing school play to knowing that someday I'll captain this ship. It sounds like a script, but it's real.
50,000 tons of steel.
And I feel
grateful
for the place that persuaded us that a job much more than
bright-coloured containers could be
for me. A career at sea, the best decision I made.
I'm helping the world now, and I connect it by trade.
Start every day with a brew. Not a bad few, but always remembering where I grew up on the deck.
New day,
new adventure.
Never the same, so many hats.
Laugh with the lads.
A FaceTime with dad.
Decent paycheck.
High tech.
To Quebec.
Clean deck.
To sea or not to sea.
It's a no-brainer.
For me.
So that should hopefully give you a bit of an intro, and that video is available on our holding page on this platform, and as well on our website on Careers at Sea, and also on YouTube. So if anybody's interested in that link, then you can always get it from us. I'm happy to pass that over. So I'm going to hand over to one of our ambassadors now. So with part of Careers at Sea is that we've got a whole team of Careers at Sea ambassadors that you'll hear a little bit more about later. But I'm going to hand over to a video of one of our ambassadors, Heather, who's going to explain to you a little bit more about what the Merchant Navy actually is.
Hi guys, so I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the Merchant Navy. Now, I'm guessing you've heard of the Royal Navy. The Merchant Navy is a global entity. It is every ship in the world, not just in the UK, but in the whole wide world that isn't a country's Royal Navy. It is ships from your dredgers, your cruise ships, your container ships, bulk carriers, tankers, ferries, offshore support vessels, platform supply vessels, dive support vessels, you name it, the list is quite endless. And basically it's carrying cargo from A to B, whether that's your Xboxes coming from China to the UK or your Aunt Sally going on her Mediterranean cruise. But all of those ships require a captain and their deck officers, and a chief engineer and their engineering officers. And of course, every ship has to have a ship's cook. And cruise ships have even more roles and responsibilities on board those types of vessels. So whether you fancy learning to drive a ship or maintaining its engine, I'm sure the Merchant Navy has got a career for you.
So that's a little insight from Heather. And again, you'll hear a little bit more about our Careers at Sea ambassadors as they go through the rest of this slide. So we've talked a little bit about the Merchant Navy. I'm now going to talk a little bit more about the jobs that you can have on board ship. So on board ship, there are lots of different types of roles because obviously it takes a whole team to be able to make the ship move from A to B, just as Heather said. So we've got a few different categories that it's put down in. We've got the deck or navigation officers, and these teams are people who are involved in navigation, in communications, in cargo, and the overall running of the ship, as well as the people on board and safety as well. We've also got a team of engineers. So you can see in the top right-hand corner that there's a picture of one of the ship's engines. And you can imagine on one of these big vessels, kind of like the vessel you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, for an example, these vessels are going to have huge engines, and we need a team of engineers to be able to operate and maintain all of the equipment on there. And at sea, you can't necessarily put into your nearest service station if something happens. And so everybody on board needs to be able to work together to help make things work, particularly. So if you're particularly into problem solving, then an engineering role might be more for you. We've also got teams of electrotechnical officers. Now, as ships get more and more sophisticated, as the ships have got lots of different equipment on, particularly things like cruise ships might have lots of entertainment facilities and other electrical equipment, you might need some electrotechnical officers who are specifically trained into that side in terms of computer and electronic equipment. Now, we've also got the ratings team. Now, these are going to be the skilled workers that work on board ship, and they'll kind of support all of the team all together. And you've also got catering. Just like Heather said, you also need to have a cook on board ship because you've got all this crew and someone needs to be able to feed them. So this whole team all works together to help to have the ship complete its task, whether that be moving cargo, whether that be transporting people, whatever it needs to do, the whole team all works together to be able to do that. And so there could be a role for you on board ship, and it differs depending on what your interests are, what your skills are, but it really is very varied. And you can find out more about all these jobs on board via our website. We've got a page specifically that says choose your role, and they go into detail about the different roles that you can go into, what kind of your day-to-day would look like, what skills are involved. So that's also really important in terms of being able to have a little bit of an insight into what you think might be for you. So check out the website there. We've also, as we said before, got a team of Careers at Sea ambassadors. And these are people who have all worked on board ship, and they've got first-hand experience of what it is like to work as a training on board ship and also in the college. And they are able to attend any careers events. Now, obviously at the moment, it's more likely to be virtual, but they're also able to visit schools when it's safe to do so. But they can do things like presentations, they can answer questions. We've had people who have gone in and answered specific questions after they've had a presentation. So they can come in and speak to you about that. We've got a team of over 200 volunteers at the moment, and they've all come from different backgrounds. They've worked on different vessels, they've worked in different areas of the world. They've got amazing stories that they can share to you, and they really do bring the whole experience to life with their first-hand experience. So you can get a visit from them. Again, I've added the website below, and we've also got lots of stories and information from them on our website, on our social media platforms. Again, there's a few links to some of our platforms on the holding page that we've got as part of this programme, but you can also find links to it all on Careers at Sea. Now, we've also got a programme which is coming up soon, which is our Careers at Sea Ambassador Roadshow. Now, this is already launched today, and we have got a volunteer who is going to be able to share a bit of information to you. But I'm just going to start by showing the video, and then hopefully I'll be able to hand over to him once he's there. So watch this video first, and then we'll introduce the next person.
I then became a fourth engineer, a third engineer, a second engineer, a hotel engineer, a refrigeration and ventilation engineer, and finally a first engineer with them for over 10 years. And then I came ashore to become a marine surveyor.
I served primarily upon liquefied petroleum gas carriers worldwide, so places including but not limited to Nigeria, China, Japan, Chile. And having completed the deck cadetship and achieving a marine operations degree with Plymouth University, I came ashore.
Throughout my seagoing career, I've worked on oil tankers, gas tankers, cruise ships, and roll-on, roll-off vessels. In August of 2019, I moved ashore to my current role, where I work as an assistant marine surveyor.
Spent 6 years working as a third officer and a second officer, navigating on container vessels all over the world. It was a fantastic career and I really enjoyed it. And now I work for a shore-based company providing marine surveying and inspection services based in Cardiff.
After I qualified, I started as a third officer and eventually became a chief officer before coming ashore in 2018. During my cadetship, I worked on Panamax container vessels and as an officer I worked offshore on anchor handlers, where we supported the offshore oil and gas industry as well as the renewable energy industry, conducting various types of work involving tow and drilling rigs, supplying equipment, subsea surveys, escort tow duties, and even working on wind farm installation. Now I work ashore as a marine surveyor.
So that's a little introduction for you. I believe we have got a volunteer. They're just waiting in the background. So hopefully once they're allowed in, we'll be able to get their information through. But until then, I'll move on with the next slide or two, but then we can always come back to them. So hopefully we'll be able to get them on and we'll be able to go from there. If not, then you can always check out the other information we've got on there about the roadshow. It's all available on our website. We have got a little image here. Oh, here we go. So I think they're on now. Stephanie, are you with us? Hopefully he will be. Bear with us just a minute. So while he's waiting, then I'll just give a short introduction. So we've got a team of people who are all volunteers with one of our partner companies. They are volunteering to be able to do some virtual attendances in schools, and we've made a few videos together, such as the one you've seen before, and it would be great to be able to see if we can get some of these people to come and visit you in your school. So Stefan, are you with us yet? Still haven't got anything there. Okay, well what I'll do is I'll move on to the next bit, and then we can always come back as soon as we've got a little bit more from him. So just to summarise, we've got an information here to say that you can if you come on board with a career in the Merchant Navy, you can get paid while you learn. All of the courses are fully sponsored, so you're able to get all of your training paid for, and you get a chance to travel the world. It's a really challenging and rewarding career, so it's a great one to work with. And there's career development beyond working at sea as well. So you would have seen from a few people who were speaking in the video before, which we'll go back to now that we've got Stefan on the line. Hi, Stefan.
Hello.
They'll be able to speak to you a little bit more about how they started their career on board ship and they've moved into something else. So if you start your career on board, you can also move into lots of different areas within the maritime industry. So Stefan, I'm just going to go back a slide. So you've got the information now, and I'll hand over to you to introduce a little bit more about what the roadshow is and why you signed up to it.
Hi there. I'll start myself. Did we see the videos already?
Yep, video's already gone. Yep.
Yeah, so like I said, I started my career at sea. I did a fast track cadetship because I'd already done a degree, which is something that the MNTB offer. I went to sea, which is it's strange. Something I wanted to say here is that a lot of people I worked with, in fact, the vast majority of people I worked with while I was at sea, came from seafaring families. They usually follow their father or mother's footsteps into going to sea. But I didn't do that. And we've got one other guy at our company you may have seen this morning, John. He has no history in his family of going to sea, and neither do I. So when I was younger, when I was in school, when I was in university, I'd actually never heard of the Merchant Navy. I'd never heard of ships. I didn't really think of where my food or any of the other stuff I had in my life came from. And it was a whole new world when I went to sea. It really sort of blew my mind, the idea that you could work on a ship, travel around, get paid really well, and all the things I'm sure you've already said, Rachel. So it was quite a thing for me. And then, of course, after I finished at sea, I did about 10 years. I came ashore, and that was a whole further avenue of numerous things you could do. Especially, I was an engineer at sea, so especially being an engineer, you can go into so many things ashore because you can be an engineer within manufacturing, plant, power generation, surveying of all kinds. And then you've also got the whole shipping industry as well at your disposal. So you've got the best of both worlds, in my opinion, from being an engineer. From my experience, trying to get jobs ashore, people like engineers who've worked at sea. The main reason for this is working at sea, you have no support. Really very little support in terms of fixing problems, dealing with situations, and this breeds a generation of very resourceful engineers. And people like this, people know this, the careers industry, the industries all know this. The people who worked at sea have had to be very resourceful for a very long time, And yeah, it's a big advantage. It's a big advantage, yes. I don't know what else I can say. Rachel, what else would you like me to talk about?
No, I think that's great, Stefan. Thank you. It's a really good insight. And I think what Stefan has done there is highlighted some of the first-hand stories and experiences that our ambassadors can share with people like yourselves and with any students that you've got, just to give a little bit of life to the stories that we tell and the experience that we've had on board ship. So it's great to hear that. And actually, Stefan is an engineer. We've also got careers ambassadors who have been working in the navigation department, and some other people who've worked in hospitality as well. So we've got a wide range of experiences. So you can hear what it's like for someone to work in navigation to progress their career, maybe on board ship captain, and sometimes ashore as well.
So I've not only, yes, there's the two sort of main streams, you call it, the navigation, the deck officer, culminating in captain, and the engineer, culminating in chief engineer. But there's also, in our company, we've got a lot of people who've worked as deck officers, but on different types of ships. So they have very different experiences as well. There's also other people, my partner worked at sea for 2 years as a nurse. So there's medical streams, and of course, like you say, the hospitality and hotel, as well as entertainments on some cruise ships and things like that. So there's a lot of different avenues, not just the two main sort of merchant navy streams as well.
Yeah, precisely. So it just gives a bit more insight into the loads of different types of careers that you can get starting on board ship in the merchant navy. So thank you, Stefan, very much for joining us for that. The last bit to add on, let's just click through the slideshow, is to introduce you to our webinar on the 22nd of October at 10 o'clock. This is a webinar that is free for careers advisors to join, and it's for those who are interested in finding out a little bit more information that they can then share with their careers advisors or with people in their schools, or maybe some of the people that they work with, to speak in a little bit more detail about the things we have so far. So we've got another ambassador speaking, we've got someone speaking from a college, so they can talk more about the different educational academic pathways you can get, as well as a deck cadet themselves. So that's someone who is already training to be part of the merchant navy, but she's starting her career already, and you get to hear a little bit more from her as well. So if you're interested, you can sign up there, and we've got links to that on our website. The last bit, well, that's the link to the website. The last bit to highlight is that we are part of National Careers Week as well. It's in the 6th of March or 1st to 7th of March 2021. But on the Tuesday, we have something called Tidal Tuesday, and that is a day dedicated to careers at sea. So you'll hear lots more information about all of the stuff that we talked about and more. There'll be exciting photos and videos, there'll be lots of information, but we have got a dedicated page on our Careers at Sea website where you can find free information, downloadable resources, anything you'd want to get you started, and we'll keep updating that as the new resources and opportunities develop. So take a look at that page as well. There's plenty of information you can get beforehand, and then you can keep up to date, and hopefully we'll see you more in National Careers Week, particularly on Tidal Tuesday. So I think I'm going to leave it there. I'll leave that page up so you can see it. But I'm not sure if we have any questions that have come through. So I'll just see if we've got any that have come through yet.
Yeah. Yes, we do have a few. Thank you very much, Rachel and Stefan, for that. It's great to hear your insight. Somebody's actually asked, they're wondering, obviously you're talking about all of these various careers. Someone's asked if there is a particular role that is the most popular.
Oh, I think I would say there's not one that's more popular. It's more about which one is best suited to your styles. I think there seem to be, I think Stefan covered it a little bit when they talked about what kind of ship you want to work on, what kind of skill that you've got, what your educational background is. So I think rather than looking at which one is more popular, I would say look at which one fits you more. And what Careers at Sea does is give you all the information to explore that yourself. So it may well be that you're having a look at the different roles and you see it and you go, actually, yeah, I think that could really fit me. Or you think about the different ships that you might work on. Some people might be more suited to working on, say, a cruise ship, and other people might think something like a big oil tanker going across, the Atlantic might be more suited to what they're up for. But that would be what I would suggest. But Stefan, have you got anything you would add to that?
Yeah, I'd say also think about where you want to be. You know, don't join as an engineering cadet if you want to be driving the biggest ships in the world, because you're not going to be doing it. You never go to the bridge. However, if you want to get your hands dirty, don't join as a deck cadet, because you'll be sitting looking out of a window for a lot of your career, which is great for some people, not for me. So it depends on what you want to do. The same thing is true for different ships. If you want to really get your hands dirty and be literally every day, don't join as an engineer on a cruise ship. There's a lot more sitting around and discussing and paperwork. But if you enjoy a lot more people and a lot more varied lifestyle, then definitely cruise ships is the way to go as opposed to an oil tanker. So think about where you want to be as well as, yeah.
Absolutely. Great.
Absolutely. That brings us on really, really nicely, actually, Stefan, your point onto another question, which is perfect. Someone's asked, if you start in one career, is there kind of room to move and, you know, into a different one if you are not happy with the one that you first chose?
I think that's a really good question. What I would say is that it's very difficult to move from a deck into an engine and vice versa, because the training is so specific.
Right.
So different. There'll be some that you do cross over. For example, you'll end up doing the same safety on board courses, so that everybody's trained to be able to deal with any safety things that come up. But in terms of specific roles, we do advise that you really have a look at which one best suits you. But like we were saying before, there's plenty of ways that you can work out how to do that. So it might be that you go to a college open day and you speak to some engine and to some deck cadets to find out what's going on, find out what their experience is like. And some of the companies, so we talked about how your training will be fully sponsored. Some of the training companies as well might be able to advise you from the way that they talk to you and the questions that they ask. They'll be able to help you work out whether they think you're more suited towards an engine or a deck, or even an ETO role as well. Won't forget the ETOs, the electrotechnical officers, and the more technical engineering side. So I would say it is very difficult to transfer over, but there's lots and lots of opportunities for you to be able to work out which one best suits you.
Perfect. That's some really good advice. Thank you. And someone's actually picked up here on your fast track option. I think you mentioned, Stefan, that you've done a fast track option yourself. And they've actually just asked a bit of an insight into that. Is that an option available for everyone? I think I recall you saying you'd already done a degree. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's been a long time since I was a cadet, so maybe things changed, but I don't think they've changed drastically. I still believe that this is an option open to engineers only with a degree in mechanical engineering or something very similar. This means instead of doing a full cadetship, which takes about 3+ years, I believe, there's a lot less. You don't have to do any of the academic subjects. I didn't have to do any of the academic subjects because my degree covered it. So the MNTB wrote a letter saying that the degree I'd done had already covered all the academic subjects that I would have done in a cadetship. And then I just had to do the practical stuff, which was get my sea time and do my short courses and pass my oral exam. And then I was qualified. It took about just over a year, maybe exactly 12 months, actually, if I remember.
So the way that the courses are structured is that you have to be able to complete a certain number of academics as well as your time working on board ship to be able to complete what's known as the cadetship. So that's the name of the course that goes all the way through. So there's criteria that you need to meet. So if you have got any previous qualifications that you think might be useful, the best advice we can give is to speak to the companies that you apply to and say to them, these are the qualifications I've got. Will this be able to get me on different courses? So they'll be able to give you an insight, because they're the ones who'll be able to tick off and make sure that you've got everything that you need to be able to have your professional seafaring qualification at the end. So there will be some that might be able to help you with the fast track approach, but it's much easier to speak to the companies directly, speak to the colleges directly if you can as well, just to find out what qualifications you've got and what that will mean, because we can't guarantee anything because we don't know what specific courses people have done, but there are options. So again, the best thing to do is to speak directly to who you're applying to and see what they can advise you and if a fast track is possible. I would
add a little thing onto that, Rachel, as well. It's to be aware as well, if you do a fast track option or not a full cadetship, it may affect you later on in your subsequent qualifications. So you go on to do qualifications such as a second engineer's license and then a chief engineer's license. And if you don't have a standard traditional cadetship, then you may have to jump through some more hoops. I had to jump through some quite minor ones, but they were still not exactly straightforward as compared to doing a full cadetship. So that's something to bear in mind.
Yeah, I guess it's keeping an eye on what your next steps want to be in your development. But again, your company will be able to advise you in that. So if you have particular goals to be able to progress up to certain steps, they'll have the insight, the knowledge and the expert advice to be able to help you through that. So any questions you've got with that, absolutely, there's loads of people who can help you to work that out, but definitely lots of people to ask if you need to as you go.
Perfect. And again, talking of, I guess, the training side of things, somebody has, again, picked up on one of your points, Stefan. You mentioned that nurses, so you can be anything from kind of engineer to a nurse. Someone's actually asked they'd be quite interested in nursing. Now, would they have to train with the Merchant Navy for that, or would they pursue a degree, with a nursing college, for example?
I can't say for certain, but my wife is a nurse who worked for a long time in the NHS, then at sea, and now back in the NHS. And I did ask her this question to this, and I think she said that you probably would have to qualify as a nurse within the NHS first, and then go to sea. But I don't know anything about nursing, I'm afraid, so I don't know what the process of qualifying as a nurse. But I think it's not too different from qualifying as anything else, really, and then go to sea. I don't think the Merchant Navy offer any. The MSDB offer any nursing or medical? I don't know. Maybe Rachel can correct me on that one.
So yeah, I think you're right in saying that there aren't any specific, well, not that I know of any specific nursing at sea qualifications, but we do have a page that is dedicated to, or a page that will give you information about some of the roles that you can do in hospitality. And that one of the ways that you can do that is just to search for the roles. So if you look particularly on passenger ships like cruise ships or ferries where there's people on board, that's where those roles are most likely to exist. So you can have a look at, nurse on board cruise ship and have a look at what the entry criteria is on that website. Some of them will say you need to have a certain qualification in nursing to a certain level. Others will talk about some of the seafaring safety certificates that we talked about before. You might have mentioned those, but it varies between companies. So the best thing to do there is, again, to go back to the companies who are asking for these roles, seeing what they're asking for in terms of qualifications and basing your training and education around them. So there'll be specific companies. I think if you're talking about roles, particularly with hospitality like that, I'd advise you look at passenger ships in particular, and there'll be certain companies who have passenger vessels, and they're more likely to have information about that. So again, there's ways that you can research this, but the information is definitely out there.
Perfect, thank you. I think we have time for just about one last question. A few people have asked, quite interested in the roadshow. Is this now a virtual event?
Yep, it is a virtual event. So like we said before, we're working on some videos that we'll have available as well as part of the package. And some of the volunteers that you saw in the video before, Stefan is included in one of them. It will be one of these members of the teams who will also be available to virtually visit your school. So we're being a bit flexible with this because we know that it depends very much on what each school is able to have. So it might be over a Teams call, it might be over a Zoom call, or it might be the set of videos with some questions that you've got, and then we can provide answers to that. We're trying to work it out as we go. So Stefan, do you want to jump in and speak specifically about that as well?
No, I think you covered it. Yeah, we can work it within our team. We're quite busy, but we've got a team where I think I'm the oldest and I'm in my 30s, so it's quite young guys. And yeah, we juggle it around, and we can get someone. If anyone feels they want more interested in the engineering side, I'm sure we can juggle it. So I go, or if someone's more interested in driving the boats, then I'm sure we can get someone else. Or we've got some older guys who've worked sort of within the shipping industry on more on land, but definitely very much within the shipping industry, and they can go on all day about that as well. So we can get the right person.
Well, if I go back a couple of slides, There we go. So we've got the information there. So if you want to jot down the email address there, if you're particularly interested, you can get hold of me, or you can go onto the Careers at Sea website, and we've got information on there, particularly on the National Careers Week page. So if you're interested, you can do that. And if also, this is part of the roadshow, this is one of the projects, but don't forget, we've also got all of the Careers at Sea ambassadors that you can also work with if you're interested in that. So let us know. We'd be more than happy to help out as much as we can.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you both so much. We're dead on 10 past, which is perfect. Please, everyone, do jot down those contact details. I expect you'll be getting lots of emails and calls very soon, Rachel.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and again, yes, thank you so much. It really was great. Some really good advice, I think, there, especially for people. Obviously, we've spoken a lot about training, so it's nice to hear, both of your thoughts. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
Brilliant. You're welcome.
Thank you. So let me just introduce you guys. So our last speakers of the day, we have the very honour of hearing from the Port of London Authority. So the Port of London Authority is a trust port, and their operations cover 95 miles of the River Thames. And so we have two speakers today to tell us more about their work and what they do. Could you please introduce yourself, guys, and I will let you take the reins.
So my name's Jenny Cooper and I'm the Community Outreach Manager at the Port of London Authority.
Hi, I'm Michael Russell and I'm the Marine Manager of Float for the PLA.
So I just wanted to start with a little bit of an introduction to the Port of London Authority. If anybody of you are wondering what on earth is it, what do we do, what are we responsible for, and what careers there are, then that should hopefully answer a few questions there. And then you'll hear a little bit more from Michael, who I can't call you Michael, from Mickey, around his role, and he's been with the PLA quite a while, as you'll see. So Port of London Authority is responsible for navigation along the tidal Thames and for the safe management of the environment too. So when we say tidal Thames, that's from Teddington in the west, right out to the estuary, right out to the North Sea. So 95 miles, as you can imagine, is quite a stretch. So you'll hear a little bit from Michael on his career journey, the skills he has and highlights along the way. And hopefully this little bit of an introduction to the port helps answer some questions too. If you'd like any further information on what the PLA does that's not answered in today's talk, then do check out our website, and we're pretty active on Twitter and Instagram. In fact, we've even got an apprentices Instagram if you follow PLA-apprentice. And also we've got a LinkedIn too, of course, so keep an eye on what we're up to on there. We do have ambitious plans for the next 20 years. And we've called that the Thames Vision, and I'm just going to touch on some of those areas now. So increasing trade, freight and passenger transport is a huge priority for our organisation. You have more than, it's almost like if you look at the River Thames in detail, and if any of you journey along it at any point, there's more than one river really. In the port side of things, right in the estuary, shipping, you're very aware of the trade that's going on and the movements there. And sort of in the middle, you've got more of a commercial angle on things. You've got river tour operators, you've got people using it for transport, and you've got inland freight movements as well. So moving barges, towing tugs, moving spoil from construction sites by river rather than road. And then over in West London, much calmer water, and you'll see a lot more of our boaters out on the river too. So in terms of how we sit, we're actually the UK's biggest port, handling over 50 million tonnes of goods each year. And then when it comes to inland freight, that's about 5 million tonnes moved inland, so still sizable, and 10 million passenger journeys, taking thousands of lorries and cars off London's busy roads. Of course, it is a hotspot as a cultural point as well, and we want to see more people enjoying the Thames and its banks. That could be events such as the fireworks at New Year's Eve, which hopefully everyone's seen at some point. It could be something like the Queen's Diamond Jubilee River Pageant. That took a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that all ran smoothly. And at the moment we've got, I guess, something for the arts fans out there. We've got Illuminated River, which is lighting up the bridges along the Thames. It's also a sporting venue, and that's a little bit of my role actually, which is a little bit unique in Maritime. And the Thames is enjoyed by walkers, sailors, rowers, canoeists, stand-up paddleboarders, all types of boaters getting out on the river across the equivalent of over 15,000 football pitches worth of space. We have a very proactive, fantastic environment team at the PLA, who are involved in numerous areas. So we've got marine wildlife, we've got water quality, air quality, river cleanups. Do check out our website and you will see more. It's really fascinating, and it, obviously a real priority for the organisation. The Tideway project at the moment is a super sewer that's being built under the river. And actually the vast majority of spoil taken out, basically drilling down, pulling up soil to make space for the super sewer, is then moved out by river. And if you check out the Tideway website, you can see a little bit more on the roles that they've developed through that too. It's definitely an interesting one for you to find out more on. We also have regular foreshore clear-ups and litter picks and support great organisations such as Thames 21. So in terms of careers at the PLA, I think we employ just over 400 people. We've got sort of ashore and afloat, and examples of the roles ashore include vessel transport services, so VTS, who are on the radios and with the maps, of course, if any of you have seen images of those where they're guiding the ships in and overseeing safe navigation there. Finance teams, health and safety, environment, planning, licensing, hydrography, if any of you are interested in sort of the geography. Media and communications teams, IT and human resources. So that's some of the ones you'd find ashore. And then on the water, we have a whole host of different engineers. We'll hear a little bit more about that soon. Pilots who actually drive the big container ships in. If you think about the way I think of it is like having a really difficult driveway that only few people can park the car very well in. So we have pilots that go out, board the boats and drive them in. And the Thames riverbed is ever changing, so it is a tricky one, and they're very skilled, qualified people. Deck hands, mates, chief mates, you'll all find those within the PLA. Machinists, divers, again, we'll hear a little bit more on that there, and our harbour master team, and one of our harbour masters actually spoke earlier. So without further ado, we'll get on to Mickey, a little bit about his career. And we will also share with Maritime UK some slides that accompany this too. So over to Mickey.
Oh, sorry. Hi. Right. Okay. So I was lucky enough to have a long career so far within the PLA. I was a marine apprentice. Originally, they used to be 5 years long, so quite a long apprenticeship time. It's a bit shorter now, down to 3 years. But in that time, they allowed us to get a really good understanding of all the different aspects of the company and how the River Thames works. So we'd work out in the estuary to central London to Richmond, all the different craft, and you were extra to the crew. So you were always given the space to learn and just feast on everyone else's knowledge, well supported, and plenty of courses as well, from things like sea survival, firefighting, first aid, all the essentials you need. So when you finished your apprenticeship, you were able to go straight into a career here, possibly as a deckhand, or even establish yourself that you'd be wanted by many other companies that were looking for marine people, trained people. Luckily for me, I got a position as a deckhand, served on all the boats within the PLA again, and then luckily for me, I became a commercial diver in 2002. Still working for the PLA, so we have a diving department because we touched on the hydrography side. So that's the charting of the river, how the riverbed, the depths of it for the shipping. If anything is over 0.5 metre above the riverbed, it's deemed an obstruction. So if it's in the channel, that's a hazard to navigation. We would go along and dive, identify it and recover it. All kinds of things, from pieces of wood to pieces of concrete or sunken vessels, small boats, you name it, we've recovered it. And that was really interesting. It's not for everyone. Diving in the Thames is certainly not the Maldives. You can't see anything. We're very limited to dive time because of the tidal run, 3 knots. So it's low water dives or high water dives. But like I say, there's not many places you can be diving at Southend one day and then Richmond the next. So, and then I kept going, and luckily I got promoted to run our facility at Denton Wharf, which there we have a boat lift, jetty crane. So we offer third-party lifts, people's boats. We lift them out for storage, including the PLAs for maintenance. That's also where we look after all our chains and shackles for our navigation marks, and buoys, lots of stuff handling through there for third-party projects as well. We have a very large container facility called London Gateway, and we were heavily involved in moving the materials through our yard down to that when that was being built. That was a good 2.5-3 year project. And we've got what we call, the berth has 24-hour water, so there's always a tide alongside, so people use Denton a lot because they can always get their boat to load their equipment and get away. And then from there, I've managed to get promoted again to become the marine manager of float. So my role is now looking after all of the craft within the marine services fleet, their day-to-day operations, dealing with third-party contractors for when they may need lifts or different things transported, supporting foreshore clear-ups, laying baskets, collecting the rubbish from the foreshore. Oh, the list is endless. I could sit here and bore you to tears, but it's so much. What it's allowed me to do is gain so many good life skills, from problem solving to dealing with customers to managing people, getting the best out of them, just learning from people with years of experience. It's really, really interesting. And like I say, I've been into my 20-odd years now, so it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad.
One of the things I found really interesting, Ricky, when you talk about is effectively it's like you get to play with really cool toys all day. So what sort of equipment are you able to use? What have you become qualified in through Maritime?
The company made a major investment a few years ago and replaced our vessel, our largest vessel, called the London Titan. Several £1 million worth of boat that we get to use to go to work in every day. And that's, how many people can do that? Our boat lift is remote control. That's another very expensive piece of kit, but it's there for us to use. We get trained properly, and then it becomes just part of our toolkit to make sure we can do our job properly. We obviously get to drive all various kinds of craft, from high-speed ribs to workboats and tugs to pilot cutters to harbour patrol launches. The list, it just goes on and on. And like I say, the beauty is we get given that paid. You actually get paid to learn to do that and getting the proper training and grounding to get a full understanding here at the PLA. And it sets you up well to move on into the maritime sector.
Yeah. And then in terms of soft skills, so not just the practical stuff, but what other things have you had to develop over that time?
Like you say, the good one is, dealing with obviously members of the public is a big one. You're working for the PLA, so you're very well recognised. You're always the first on scene sometimes, especially foreshore clear-ups is a great one. You've got volunteers there that are willing to give up their time to come and try and make a difference. So there you are, you need to muck in with them and help. And they always want to they're so interested in your job. So you've got to come across as, make sure that's good. And also with Denton, dealing with third-party contractors, berth operators who need your help to keep the berth operational. So obstruction removal, they need it done yesterday, so to speak. So it's managing their expectations and explaining to them why, tides and different things. So that really helps set you up in life, and just generally being able to get the best out of the people that you manage.
Brill, and what would you say are like the best things about the job?
I'm not going to lie, summertime is one of the good times. Obviously, if being outside, getting told where have you been on holiday, and it's not, you've actually just been at work. that's good. Obviously, there's the flip side to that, that there is the winter to go through, and you have to be prepared for that. But hey, like you say, you can't have it all good. The variety of location is massive, and the fact that you may visit the same location several times, but things change from weather to wind direction, and so it's always keeping you on your toes. And you can plan to think you know what you're doing the following day, and then overnight it all changes and something else is falling into the river, or a light is out on the navigation mark, and all your plans are changed. And it's about thinking on your feet and adapting to what you've got to hand to make sure that we keep that safety and navigation up and running.
And that finishes things for us. If anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask.
Perfect. Thank you so much. A few questions have come in. I think people are enjoying the diving experience here. It seems to be a good, conversation started. Let's say people really interested in this, which is obviously great. Probably the best question I've seen here. I have to ask it. Have you ever found any treasure?
If I have, I wouldn't be here having this conversation. But you wouldn't, I can't explain how dark it is. You wouldn't actually know what you were picking up until you retrieved it to the surface. So no is the straight answer, but I'm sure many of us have swum past our fortune looking for the actual thing that we're meant to be finding, and thought nothing of it. So
yeah, of course. On the diving as well, obviously you mentioned how it's great in the summer, not so great in the winter naturally. Someone's actually asked, is the diving in particular busy throughout all seasons, or does that get worse and more busy in the winter?
Yeah, so a good example, unfortunately, sometimes shipping, when they're leaving the berth, they can sometimes get what we call a foul propeller. So the mooring line accidentally gets caught in the propeller, which stops the ship from leaving. Now, during the summertime, when you've got no heavy winds or the tide's not running, you might find that comes around a little bit more often in the darker months of the year. But in theory, it is quite average, but you do find that there is a slight peak in the winter, but it's not massively different. It's not.
Of course. Perfect. Another good question, actually. How did you transition to be a diver? And that takes us on to another one where they've asked, if we start in one role with you guys, is it easy to move on to another one?
Yeah, so the transition from the diver, so I was working on all the vessels within Marine Services, which is the division where the boats are held, and I got good grounding, so you understand how to operate and work on deck, how to do slinging, which is use of cranes and wires and ropes, and the divers work alongside them craft. So even though you're not a diver, you are involved with them from day to day. And then I was watching it and really liked the look of it, and the opportunity came up for in-house training, or to be trained by the PLA, by an external company. And I put my name forward and then came back. So I was still within Marine Services working as a diver, but now as working, if the divers were needed, I'd go with them. But then was not diving every day. I'd be back on the other craft, just keeping my skills up. So the company upskills you, but you're not particularly leaving the department. And so you're just still that your baseline knowledge just keeps growing and growing all the time. So it is quite good to get a nice grounding of one thing and then move on to the next, because it's just building, and then you just build on top of that and go again. Oh.
On the talk I was on earlier, which was around apprenticeships and finding out more information on this sort of thing. And we're not taking on any apprentices just at the moment at the PLA, but do keep an eye on our website. And also check out the Thames Skills Academy and what they're up to keep an eye on things.
Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. Sorry about that. My Zoom did cut off slightly, so I do apologise.
That's okay. We thought
we were hanging a little bit. I was thinking I thought my answer wasn't long enough. And you were like, no, it's,
yeah, I wasn't content. No, I'm sorry about that, and I'm sorry to everyone listening if you thought I may not be asking your question. We do just have a couple more and about 5 minutes left. If that's all right, I can just run through these. So someone's actually asked, is it solely the Thames, or would you ever travel anywhere else in the UK or abroad in this role?
No,
I won't tell anyone. If you do, I won't tell them.
Yeah, no. So obviously, the PLA is just solely based on the Thames, but you know, the apprenticeship that we offer now, the go through training for what they will end up with a shortening is called a BML, so the Boat Master's License, which allows you to become a master of a vessel, and that is recognised nationally and abroad. So you could then complete your training and then obviously move on to bigger, better things. The training is so good now that you're not many steps away from what they call a Master Boat 200, which would then lead you to working on all kinds of vessels. So we have a certain level that we aspire our apprentices to get to, which is very high. But then you're, like say, if you wanted to move on, it's not far away, which would then be able to take you wherever you wanted it to go.
See the world.
Yeah, somewhere nice and warm all the time. Yeah.
You're both really selling it to me. Perfect. And another question here. So you mentioned earlier, obviously, there's a range of roles, both on and offshore. I think you obviously mentioned from anything from kind of IT to HR, to obviously anything in the water. So people have asked here. We've had a few questions coming around qualifications. Do you need to qualify in anything specific, or could you, for example, be qualifying in IT and get a role with you guys? I mean, do you need to come in via a specific option?
No, I think it's definitely worth pointing out that with it being the Thames and such a fantastic river with all the variety on it, we've got a really the whole organisation is passionate about the river. So I think having that interest in what you're working in, wherever it is you work, whatever role, whatever industry, is important and will always show in an interview. But say, for example, IT, I'm sure we've got a couple of people who've perhaps not been on a boat yet, and no, they don't necessarily have sort of any of the on-water skills, but that passion and interest in the river would definitely be important. It's what you're working on every day. It needs to be something that you find enjoyable, of course, too.
Of course. Okay, perfect. Well, that's really good to know. I think for everyone watching that, it's not necessarily restricted on how you can get into work with you guys, which is great. Another question here
I think, sorry, just to mention, I imagine that will be similar with some of the other ports in the country as well. They will need, office management and office position roles across all scales of the ports in the UK, I'm sure.
That's good. That's really good. So you're very, very much open to anyone who wishes to join. Yes, another question here. Do you look after the leisure boat trips on the Thames too? So I guess this is all the party boats and that maybe.
Yeah, so we refer to them as, well, they're called Class 5 vessels. They're the large tourist boats you see, the sightseeing ones or the ones you can privately hire. And no, we don't we don't run them. No, they're usually privately owned companies, and their licensing is dealt with by the MCA, so the Marine Coast Guard Agency. So they follow. They are the governing body that look after the Class 5s.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So for the person who asked that question, we cannot be getting any discounts on the party boats, unfortunately.
No. If you had a bad trip, you can't send your complaints to us.
Awesome. And the last question, which is perfect timing with 3 minutes left. Why would you two recommend the PLA? Obviously, both working there yourselves. What's the best part of your roles or of working for the company?
Oh, you're looking at me to go first. Okay. For me, it's the variety, the number of different things that you can get involved in. So not really, this isn't very common in sort of maritime industry, but my role is actually in developing sport. So I get to work with different clubs, sporting organisations, the national governing bodies. This may be a whole other language if no one's got any interest in sport at all. But there's always, whatever role I think you have in this organisation, there's the opportunity for variety. If it's something happening at Teddington, it could be happening at Greenwich, it could be happening down here in Gravesend, which is where we are today, which is our main office. Mm-hmm. For me, it's the variety of the role.
Yeah, and for me, it's the mixture, the people I work with in terms of the whole company. So we said we have over 400 employees, and I would say that, I wouldn't say you work with all of them because that'd be quite hard, but in terms of civil engineering that you think is buildings, but we will at some point our paths will cross because there'll be something that they need to do next to the river, or the hydrographic department or IT need to get out on the river, or the harbour master. And for that reason, you really don't just end up in little pockets and no one knows one another. Everyone intermingles, and it is a really nice place to work because it is a really friendly place, and everyone's knowing their little corners basically. So that's a good thing about it.
Oh, lovely. It really does sound like a great place to work, and it's been lovely speaking to both of you. Thank you so much for giving everyone a bit of an insight into PLA, and also, I guess, a bit of advice as well. So, yeah, it's been really interesting. If anybody, of course, wants any more information, then please check out the PLA website. We've also got a link to the website on the Maritime UK careers page, so do check that out. I might be looking myself just to get a tan in the summer, like you mentioned. That's great though, guys. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So we've come to the end of our virtual careers fair. I'd like to say a massive thank you to all the employers and exhibitors who provided the information for our visitors today. I'd like to say a really big thank you to the schools and the colleges and the teachers and tutors and careers advisors who made it possible for young people to access the careers fair today and to find out about these amazing and exciting career opportunities. I'd also like to say thank you to the team at Solent LEP for helping us pull this together. We've done this once, we may do it again. If life changes, we'll go back to having face-to-face careers fairs in the future, and I hope that's the case. I hope that you are now leaving us today with a much better understanding of what the maritime sector is and what it could mean for you, and that you're excited about exploring particular jobs in the sector, and that you can see yourself doing that. There is a saying in the careers world, which is you can't be what you can't see. Normally, C would be spelled S-E-E. In this instance, I would like to say you can't be what you can't see, spelled S-E-A. We're delighted that you joined us. Thank you very much for taking the time. Be happy to hear from you again in the future if you want some more information. And please use the other resources that are available on the Maritime UK website in the careers section to find out more about specific jobs and industries. So one last time, my name's Lorna Wagner. I'm the Programme Manager for Careers and Outreach for Maritime UK and Maritime UK Solent. Thank you for being part of our first virtual careers fair.